I'm the Gray Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read, but if you would like to get on the list for a reading today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we'll be doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I'll be giving you guys a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to find those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find them on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we begin, as we always do, scale of 1 to 10. There are no wrong answers. Couple of things. The good news is that we got a bunch of planets that are coming out of retrograde right now. Specifically, Saturn and Mercury. And Saturn actually came out yesterday. But here's the thing. Here's the thing about the order by which the planets are coming out. Because it's backwards is kind of the best way to describe it. And why am I effectively saying that? Because the way I like to describe, there's something to be said about Saturn kind of like operating in the modality of like caboose energy. It's heavy, right? The reason I say that is like there's a lot of heaviness and a lot of intensity that we often experience with that planet. And, in a perfect world, what we would ideally like to see is Mercury coming out of retrograde before Saturn, because it allows the space, it allows the space by which something is able to move in the way that one would typically expect it to move. But the thing about this energy that's kind of weird right now, and if you've been feeling it, I'm going to kind of give you a good like indication as to why. Is there's a lot, like the feeling of Saturn going direct in Pisces can often create the space of having a lot of feelings and not necessarily knowing where to put them. And almost like it can sometimes create these feelings or these experiences of stagnancy or working through something that feels unnecessarily complicated is kind of the best way to describe it. It's a lot of stop-start energy, and this is not helped given the fact that at this exact moment we also have Venus passing ahead of Mercury into Sagittarius. Now, Mercury is going to be going direct in just a few days. But the next couple of days, one of the things that I want to be, like the thing I want to kind of prepare you for is like potentially, like, and it's kind of hard to, and the funny thing about it, like the best way I can just explain this is that I was kind of saying prior to this point that Mercury effectively retrograding in the midst of all the planets the way that they are, it wasn't really as problematic as we would typically expect it. But when Saturn is direct and Mercury is in retrograde, it's literally, it can sometimes feel like you're dealing with convolution, right? Like things that don't make sense, things that feel unnecessarily complicated or unnecessarily arduous. It's like, it's very Sisyphus. It feels very Sisyphus in here, right? And so it's like, and I want you to kind of, and here's the thing, I'm saying this to you so that you know that, so that you are aware of it. So that you're aware of it, because it's not going to stay that way. It's probably going to like be like this for the next couple of days. And I want you to be patient with yourself as you're navigating this type of energy. Now, the nice thing about it is Mercury goes retrograde in like tomorrow, I believe. And once that happens, like everything's like, I feel like things start moving in a way that feel like they make more sense, as it were. But just be conscientious is what I keep on getting, because it's really like, and I need to, like, the thing that makes me anxious is just the fact that we've still got so many of these planets just chilling out between like Pisces and Aries. And it can sometimes be like, don't don't lead with emotions, lead with intention. And that doesn't mean that you can't convey your emotions, but make sure that your emotions make sense, is the best way I can describe it. Now, this is having a different impact depending on where you find yourself on the frequency cycles. We're going to first start about, one of the things that we want to talk about first is the energy that I haven't even been feeling comfortable calling it energy in separation. It's not in separation, it's energy in solitude. I actually see, and the reason I say that is I feel like there's a lot of energy in solitude right now that is speaking upon past relationship that felt like separation. Like I see that there's a lot of the energy right now coming together that's healing with wounds in that fashion, and that's really painful. It's painful to have the conversation of feeling very energetically separated in partnership. It happens. But the reason that we see that those relationships are effectively experiencing that or working that in that way is a lot of the energy that we see that right now is in solitude is working through pedestalization and partnership. And what often happens when we're navigating pedestalization and partnership, it's that experience by which it feels like there's nothing that you can do that is a correct thing to do, right? It's the observation that one of the things that creates healthy relationship is having clear destination. It's the ability to kind of work through something in a way that allows for some kind of modality of productivity. Um, and I feel like even in the and I'm going to stress this even now, like even in the context of the energy that we're experiencing, I would not be surprised if there's some energy right now that's in solitude that's working into new relationships, like working to heal. And just as they're starting to feel like they can deal with the fact that they're healing, something from the past comes back up, like or someone from the past comes up. Like there you go. Like going that Saturn going direct with Mercury in retrograde, right? It's like somebody delivering a lot of feelings at a time that it no longer feels like it's energetically healing. More so, it feels like potentially something that feels like a burden, right? It's like the heaviness. Now, the reason we talk about that is because emotions are never burdens unless we articulate upon emotions, right? We articulate upon emotions, but in the modality or in the experience by which we don't give someone any indication on what they're supposed to do with them. Now, you'll remember that given the fact that we see that there's a lot of this energy right now building into new relationship dynamics, healing from pedestalization and partnership, that pedestalization is the reason it can feel so rocky is because you're like literally up here or you're down here, you know? You're either like the best thing since sliced bread or you're absolutely nothing. And so that observation, right? Like the space by which another person is potentially articulating to another that space should not create sentiment, right? Like the modality or the observation of the fact that sentiment should just be present throughout is what I keep on hearing. Like when we're building into like the consistency is what I keep on seeing. It's almost like creating, I feel like there's those experiences or those modalities by which a lot of the energy is potentially working through or articulating in new relationship dynamics, the energetic like frustration of working through like those type of situations or confusions, right? Like this is literally the energy of the emotions that don't make sense. Now, and I want to point this out, like the space by which another person can experience that. This is why we were talking about the fact that these are moon relationships, right? And again, for our purposes, the moon relationships are we're coming together between the time of Uranus stationing retrograde up until the time of today. So this is, and you remember what I said, that these relationships are coming together so slowly, specifically because it's taken them this long to get to the talking phase. This is what I mean. You know what I mean? Like this is almost like the energy potentially being like like you know what I mean? Like it's a little bit of that type of energy. They're potentially articulating upon that. And I keep on hearing it's like they're healing from relationships with inconsistent delivery of emotions is what I keep on hearing. And I keep on hearing it. It's hard because I keep on hearing like relationships should not exist in the face of it. Shouldn't be feast or famine when it comes to emotionality in relationship. It should just be consistent. Now, for the energy that is moving deeper into divine union, and we're speaking specifically on those temperance relationships. And these were the relationships that were coming together between the time of Uranus stationing retrograde up until the solstice period that we had this summer. The thing about, I mean, I feel like I actually feel like there's something here for those relationships that feels a bit more like an easement point, which I'm really happy to see, because for a lot of those relationships, the last few couple of weeks have been very, very difficult. They've been going through a recontextualization process effectively in relationality to having to deal with past trauma via the connection to the counterpart. For a lot of these relationships, the experience of recognizing or feeling a proximity to the trauma of counterpart has been causing a trigger. It's not even the fact that it's their trigger, but it feels so similar to something that occurred to them in the past that it would be far too easy. I just keep on getting, it would be far too easy to go back into a past version of self, to be able to try to like take counterparts like trauma as their own. But I keep on getting the space by which we recognize and identify that is these are relationships that are healing in a profound way, because everything we keep on seeing in those modalities and experiences are they're able to effectively observe themselves being triggered, right there. And I want to point this out for a lot of those temperance relationships. If you're going through those experiences, the modality of healing a trauma trigger is usually not one where you just stop experiencing it. It's not just a space by which you stop experiencing it and you go, oh good, I did it. It's a space by which you shorten the amount of time that you're energetically triggered, right? Like that's what we're effectively seeing. It's about understanding like how long you let something energetically affect you, the being able to observe the progress or the process by which something gets to you. Like that is healing too. And I feel like there's a lot of compassion that they're giving one another as they go through those experiences, right? They're almost being able to articulate to one another the fact that they see that progress or process occurring, because, I keep on, and it's interesting too, because I keep on hearing like, and I feel like this is the conversation that I'm seeing in those relationships. It's a space by which things are supposed to bother us, right? It's weird when things don't bother us, right? It would be very disturbing if something didn't bother us that should bother us. But the fact that often the way that we can recognize or navigate our healing journey, which is how long we allow that bother to affect us without putting it towards something that feels like it's energetically productive. I keep on seeing that for a lot of the relationships working through that, there's a lot of, like, I feel like it's interesting because I feel like they're doing a lot of work right now to, like, heal their sacral chakra. But the reason they're doing that is because they recognize, like, I keep on seeing that they're telling each other, like, they're almost being hard on themselves for the fact that they're not moving faster through those experiences. And while they have a counterpart that's like almost saying to them, like, that they see, like, they see the positive changes, like they see that they're giving each other that amplification of encouragement because they're articulating upon the fact that that they can almost like see how far they've come. So it's like it's a very, like, and again, like, it's, I feel like there's a lot of energetic catharsis that's coming through those experiences, but in the best way possible. Now this brings us to the magician relationships. And these magician relationships, I just keep on getting the same message in relationality to these magician relationships. These magician relationships um, are working through and navigating, like, and this is what we kept on talking about, like, navigating others' ridiculousness or working through something that is outside of relationship that is absurd. I keep on getting the fact that these relationships are going through that maturation process. And what's nice about the maturation process that we're effectively observing is for the energy that's working through that right now. I keep on hearing they're and this is why they're also kind of in, even though they're magician relationships, and again they were coming together between the time of Mercury and Venus, I'm sorry, the solstice period up until the time of Mercury and Venus stationing direct behind Neptune. Like that ability or that identification point of working through something. And I keep on hearing, like, they're scrutinizing the self. They're observing if there's something that they could be doing better. But that's why I keep on getting, like, I keep on getting this, like, better not bitter approach that we see that's happening right now for a lot of those relationships working through those experiences. Because what we're effectively seeing that is occurring is that the space by which they understand that they are moving towards what they know is healthy, beneficial, and best, both for themselves and counterpart. This is why I keep on getting that if they're navigating something where outside of relationship there's something happening that doesn't make sense, or something that is experienced that feels like it's, like, it doesn't feel like it's necessary. Like, it's almost the energy that's like recognizing the fact that they're going through a maturation process. They understand what is in their capacity to change versus what is in their like what is within them to accept. So that's why we see that for a lot of those relationships doing that work, the ability to effectively identify and recognize, like, what they're putting their effort towards, and having, I keep wondering, having that effort recognized. I feel like this is a lot of the energy that is working towards, like, they're working towards they're working towards the direction of recognition of effort, which is the space by which another sees and recognizes that and allows the context by which something can change or work through. And it's interesting too, because even as I started to read for them, like my like throat started, like my throat chakra started to close up a bit. But it's almost like the observation of the energy, feeling energetically choked up, like feeling frustrated, like working through and articulating. And like, I keep wondering, they're not taking their frustrations out on each other, but I keep wondering, they're having the conversations with each other that they wish that they could have with the person that they desire to have it with, is what I keep on seeing. Because often the space by which we're able to work through a conversation is, again, that in its own way is how they're effectively recognizing and identifying right? If there's something, I keep wondering if there's something that they need to be more corrective for, or adjust in their own logic or headspace. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Stack. I also would like to invite you to our next tarot class, which is going to be happening on Thursday, December 18th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Judgment card. If you would like to become part of that tarot class program, you just need to head on over to my Stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid monthly subscription to my Stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You'll also have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. And if you become a founding member, not only will you have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the library, you'll also have a discount on the full year's worth of classes. And you'll also receive, if you choose to have it, a complimentary mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage going towards your tarot goals. I also would like to invite you to our retreat, which is happening this August. The retreat is now open. The first individuals who sign up will have a very special discount too, so make sure that you're taking advantage of that as well. We are going to be going on a journey to understand and explore the tarot more in the cradle of where the tarot was first discovered. We are going to be taking a journey to Rome, Italy, and we're going to Rome, Tuscany, and Florence. We're going to be studying the culture by which we find the tarot and what was happening at the time of its discovery. And we're also going to do a little bit of understanding in the deeper allegorical context of the cards in relationality to the mythosymbolic studies of the cards themselves and what was happening historically at those times. I'm very excited to be able to provide this retreat to you. I'm very much looking forward to it. Anyone who goes on the retreat will also be receiving complimentary mentorship readings with me. I look forward to seeing you there. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're already at 4K likes, my friends. Thank you so much for tapping that screen. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Also, thank you so much for joining us, Habibi and Sonia. Welcome, Cheryl. How are you doing today? Grand Rising Creative. Denise, thank you for those gifts. How are you doing today, Ivana? Ivana, I sent you a message. Can you make sure that you check your email and get back to me? Welcome, Nikki. Good to see you today. Logged in. And we had it. Oh, that's great. Oh, I'm so glad to hear it, channeling. Welcome. I hope you're having a beautiful day off. And thank you for those hashtags, Nikki. Welcome as well. Thank you for helping me reach my crown goal channeling. Guys, make sure to give channeling some love. Great reader as well. Readers supporting readers. How are you doing today, Bridget? You were just practicing. I love it. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you as well. I know I just removed them. They're starting out early today. How are you doing today, Ella? Good to see you, Valerie. I say this to the people that like to complain to me. Give yourself a time limit on it. I love that. The collective is about to get started. Thelma, if you'd like to get on the list. Good, I got stuff to complain about too. Yeah, I call myself, I like that, a productive complainer. I like that. Working towards a smaller limit. Why does this make me upset? Can I do anything about it? Can I just let it go? Done. That's beautiful. Those are 3 beautiful questions to ask, Bridget. Oh, thank you, Poetry. That's really kind of you to say, and thank you for the follow. Easement is correct. As a divine, I like that you say divine union member, like there's a card you get. Oh, good to see you today, Nikki. Hope you're doing well. Grand Rising Avatar, how are you doing today? And thank you for sharing the live, Ella. Welcome, Mia. Grand Rising Good. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. If you'd like to get on the list for today, it's a great time to get on the list. The list is open. You'll be the first person read for. 3 cards, and the first person on the list each day will always have an additional card in their reading. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. As I mentioned as well, we're doing 2 giveaways. Our first reading giveaway will be a giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. The other giveaway we're doing today is going to be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that one as well. Channeling, you are currently, helps if I have a pen, hold on. You are currently in the lead with 211. Thank you so much, dear. And again, wishing you guys support on that. If you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who'd like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. But before we begin, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the Raven. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And as I mentioned, if you want to get on the list for today, it's a great time to get on the list. You will be the first person read for. As I mentioned, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are at 5.3K likes. When we get to that 50K benchmark, I am going to be giving out that free reading, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Friday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Friday, November 28th, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? Can I please have the first 2 cards in our 5 cards read? 2 cards just flying out. Let's see what we have here. We've got the Fool card in its upright in combination with the Queen of Cups in its reversal. So I want to talk, this is very much in alignment with what I was saying when I was giving a recap of this energy right now prior to beginning the podcast. So I wanted to, it's a little bit of, it's a weird energy right now. And I want to walk you through why it might be feeling a little weird. The word I'm going to say is big feelings. Now, why are we seeing or sensing that modality of big feelings right now? So one of the things that's important to notate or recognize is that yesterday Saturn stationed direct. Now, typically, I know we've been waiting, like I know everybody's been waiting for these planets to come out of retrograde cycles, but the difficulty point that we often pick up upon when it comes to the fact that what we effectively, like what we have right now with Saturn being direct and Mercury in retrograde and Venus passing before, like passing ahead of Mercury, given the fact that we're going through the retrograde period. I feel like this is often the way I can describe it best is it can sometimes create the experience of dealing with convoluted circumstances. Now, what do we mean? What do we mean by convoluted? So convoluted is the space by which the convolution is the space by which we try to do something, right? Like we try to do something the way that one has always done it, but it doesn't make sense, right? It's often working through, it's like navigating through old changes, right? Like things that change in the experience or the modality by which we don't even recognize that they're energetically occurring. And the thing that we often experience when we're dealing with convolution, and you sometimes see this, and we talk a lot about this whole like the whole experience that we just navigated with this recent full moon cycle was working through this to a certain extent. Um, you know, the a bit like when we are like when we adapt, or when we come into those adaptability points, it sometimes allows for the ability to recognize and identify in terms of how we are effectively, what's the word I'm looking for? The way that we are recontextualizing things. So that's effectively, and I feel like it's going to be like this probably for like the next couple of days. It'll probably ease up. The nice thing about it right now is Mercury is going direct again in like tomorrow. So like just it's like I want to say this with like a lot, like don't get too frustrated right now if you're feeling energetically jammed up, because the jam up is effectively the vibe. It's the vibe of the fact that Saturn is stationed direct and Mercury is in retrograde, and with Venus passing, like Venus moving by at the same time, it can often like, and the one thing I want to say is don't don't let your feelings get in the way. Like don't take the jam up energetically personally, because it's literally the vibe right now. You know what I mean? Like it's like, and I know how frustrating that can be. We were talking about it yesterday. But because the thing I need to describe is it feels very Sisyphus, right? And if you know the story of Sisyphus, you know it's like a little weight behind a big thing, right? So I keep on seeing like don't get too frustrated. Just be patient with yourself, right? Because I keep on getting that patience, like that patience is the compassion that you're putting both towards yourself and situations. Now, this is having a big impact depending on where you find yourself on the frequency cycles. We're going to talk. We're going to talk first about the energy that's in solitude, and you'll notice that I'm saying solitude instead of separation because it doesn't even feel correct. The reason I'm going to explain why in a moment. Two cards coming out center the spread right now. Wow. And this is what I mean. Look at this. Look at these cards right now, my friends. Okay? This is molasses energy. All right, we've got the 8 of Wands in its reversal in combination with the Hanged Man. So, you know, I want to describe like the thing that we're seeing, okay? Like, do you know, and I want to explain this. Like, you know, when we're moving through dense energy, right? And then we're trying to like we try to move through it, it can sometimes create the space by which we exhaust ourselves, right? When really it's not, I keep wondering, it's not about exhausting ourselves, it's just allowing the context of being energetically patient. So I want you to I want you to recognize that. I want you to identify if you're experiencing that. But I also think the one thing I keep on seeing right now, and we're going to talk about it specifically for these energies that are in solitude right now, you know, the observation is effectively, the observation is effectively built upon and based upon the stabilization point in terms of how we try, like what it is that we can expect from one another. And so I feel like this is really important because one of the things that we are effectively seeing is for a lot of these energies that are in solitude, um, these relationships have been coming together since, I want to say, they've been coming together since way back in the fall, before we had that eclipse season with Uranus stationing retrograde. And I feel like for a lot of those energies, they're just now moving into, they're just now moving into the context of being able to talk about what it is that they experience, particularly as it relates to past relationship. I keep on getting the same message that these are relationships where individuals are healing from pedestalized partnerships. And the difficulty point with the pedestalized partnership is the feeling that nothing that you do feels like it's energetically correct, right? It's like it's having to work through those experiences of going through a situation or circumstance that feels like it does a number on our self-esteem, because healthy relationship does not pin potential on personhood. They pin potential on the pathwork of determination in relationality to where the direction of the relationship is going. So for a lot of these relationships, simply being in a situation where they can talk to another person and they discover that there is a margin by which they can learn, right? There's a margin by which they can grow. Like there's adaptability that can occur in terms of what they are coming to like like identify. Like I keep on hearing, it's like that in itself is the energetic relief, because it's the energy that's feeling like it's safe. Like they feel like it's safe to be able to work something out or work something through with another, right? Like it's giving a lot of that experience here. But the hard part is, and I feel like this is like where I see like a little bit of this energetic stress potentially happening, because if these are relationships that are in solitude right now and they're building into healthy partnership, and then we've got Saturn, we've got Saturn that is stationing direct right now, that can often talk about, I feel like that can often bring forth the frustration in energies in inconsistent communication dynamics, which is the space by which another person delivers a lot of feelings or doesn't deliver anything, right? This is why I keep on hearing this is why we don't have feelings dump. We don't dump feelings on each other, right? Because and I keep on hearing especially if these are relationships where there was a situation by which they were healing from something where another person pulled away, right? And they're working through solitude, and then somebody just comes forward and they arrive with all of these feelings. It's often the indicative point of feelings that don't necessarily have directions attached to them, but really someone just getting something. And this is why we don't just get things off our chest, as it were, right? We don't get things off our chest because the space by which we get things off our chest is the space by which we articulate or identify how it could move. It's the space by which we have a productive conversation on it. And this is exactly what I mean in relationality to the energy opening up to each other in these new relationships. They're having conversations. I keep on getting, they're having conversations upon convolution versus transfiguration, right? And the thing about it is convolution and transfiguration often look the same if you don't know what you're recognizing, because convolution is talking about the fact that one has a lot of feelings on something, right? It's the space by which one is just articulating the energetic density of something. And the thing is, this is often why when we're having convoluted conversations with someone, it can sometimes feel like a quagmire, because you're talking and 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 you're talking about the hurdle, right? but you're not talking about anything that you need to get over the hurdle, right? It's like you're like, there's a wall there, and you're like, I know, and they're like, it's a big wall, and you're like, I know. Look how big the wall is. I know. It's like, yeah. How are you getting around it, right? How do you move beyond it, right? How do you move on past the not the limitation point, but through the excellence, like into the energetic excellence? And that's what we keep on seeing. So I feel like the difference that's happening in some of these moon relationships that are coming through right now is I keep on getting it's the energy, like it's working through a conversation by which they're navigating the density of emotions. But the density of the emotions that then have a progress for, like they have a clarification point, they have a direction, right? It's like, and I keep on seeing that even the space by which another is talking about their feelings, but then they're talking about what it is that they're doing to work through something. I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy, kind of like a lot of the energy, like working through those circumstances or those situations. I feel like it's like I keep on getting like it feels so liberating, because I keep on seeing that it's like the energy that's understanding that we don't bring each other, like we don't come to each other just to unload upon, like we don't come to each other just to speak upon our problems. We come to each other to formulate solutions, right? So there's a lot of that. I feel like there's a lot of that energy there that is kind of working into that space. Now, continuing, the fourth and fifth cards in our 5 card spread, and this is moving us to the energy that is coming into divine union. So these are those temperance relationships. And those temperance relationships were coming together. They were effectively coming together between the time of Uranus stationing retrograde up until the time of the solstice period that we experienced this summer. We have here the Ten of Wands in its reversal in combination with our Devil card in its upright. So the thing about, I feel like the thing that we're seeing right now for a lot of the energy, the temperance relationships, and I was kind of speaking again, I was speaking upon this before we started the podcast. These relationships are, how do I describe it? These relationships are working into a space by which, and I like to see, like, and now again, this is why I always like to point out context is really important when we look at cards in proximity to each other, because we see here the Devil card, but we also see the Ten of Wands in its reversal. These temperance relationships are working through the understanding that the way that we heal from trauma is not the space by which we just stop being triggered. Sometimes it's not always the space by which we stop being triggered. Often the way we heal from trauma is recognizing the amount of time we allow ourselves to feel energetically triggered, right? Shortening the distance between how we feel versus the ability to energetically move beyond it is what I keep on seeing. And I keep on hearing, like, for a lot of these energies, it's not the fact that they're not trying to feel anything, right? Because they're not working to disassociate. They're building into the context of feeling the weight of situations and circumstances, but they're not letting it, they're not letting it get the better of the self, right? They're not getting energetically overly fixated upon it. They're working, I feel like they're working through things with adaptability. And I keep on seeing the only thing that's difficult there is I almost feel like the energy is being hard on themselves for the fact that they're feeling energetically triggered in the first place. And I keep on seeing that this is how counterpart connection is helping in these vibrations, because it's a space by which we say, hey, like, this isn't the energy that's, if this is the energy that's apologizing for feeling things, it's almost the energy that says to itself, like, you don't need to apologize for feeling things. You're supposed to feel things. You're like, they're articulating to each other how much, like, how far they've progressed or how far they've come in terms of I keep on hearing, like, sometimes the sound of our healing is recognizing something that we were working through that would have taken a week, that now becomes a moment, right? The observation of understanding, like being able to effectively or energetically just allow for that change of distance, right? To reaffirm our own sense of energetic progress. I just keep on getting that for a lot of these relationships, they're giving each other encouragement in those modalities because they're telling each other that they're witnessing it, is what I keep on. They're like, it's evident. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's funny because it's like, I think it's funny because it's like the energy, like, it's like almost the energy that articulates. It's like when you say to someone, it's not like, like the healing isn't working, and another person being like, are you kidding? It's evident. I can see, like, I can see the change. And so I feel like there's something about that here, you know? And I feel like, again, that, and that, like, that, I'm going to stress this, like, I got to tell you guys, like, the next couple of days, Saturn is direct and Mercury's in retrograde, right? So it's working through the frustration in terms of how long something takes and getting really hard on the self. And then, like, it's just like, it's allowing for the fact that the energy itself is kind of convoluted right now. Continuing to get clarification, moving towards those magician relationships. And just remembering the magician relationships, we always read for the energy that most recently entered into divine union. These were the relationships that were coming together between the solstice period up until the time of Mercury and Venus stationing direct behind Neptune. Clarification between our Fool card and our Queen of Cups in its reversal. One card, please. We've got the Seven of Swords. Seven of Swords in its reversal. And Seven of Swords in its reversal is continuing. I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, just working on, like, I keep on hearing, like, working on composure. Why is composure important? Because when you're going through a maturation process, like composure is the name of the healing. It's like, that's what it is. Because the thing is, and this is why I keep on hearing, it's like, I feel like the energy that keeps on navigating the self, they keep on assessing the self, they keep on observing what it is that they're effectively, like, I keep on having the energy moving through the same experience, and they're working with counterpart on it, which is the space by which they work through. And it's interesting too, because I almost feel like I need to stress this, like, composure is stability in judgment, and I think it's really timely that we see that, like, a lot of the magician relationships are working through this, given the fact that we'll be studying that card next month. But when we are espousing, like, good energetic judgment, it's the space by which we work. Like, I like to describe, like, healthy judgment is running something up and down the stairs of the self and being like, if there's something wrong, like, if there's something wrong about the way that we're navigating a situation, we often look to others to effectively help us, right? And this is how you can usually, recognize the space of trusting one's own judgment, because you work it through, you work it through another person, right? And so I feel like that's effectively what's happening for a lot of those relationships, right? They're working them out, they're working them through, they're having the conversations that they wish that they could have with another person. But I almost feel like the reason that they're having the conversation that they wish that they could have with another person is almost so counterpart can be in the space of saying like, no, that's logical, that's sound, like that seems very like like that seems very like somebody saying like, is there a failure point in something there? Like it's like the energy like almost going through something and saying like, are they missing something? Another person saying like, if you were missing something, I'd tell you. Because often when our logic is sound and we're navigating something that doesn't make sense, it's usually indicative that we're having to work through another person's egoic journey. And I keep on seeing that that's why we keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy doing that work. I keep on hearing we do each other no favors when we can't we can't work each out. Like this is what we talk about with fortified feelings. Our job is not to carry the feelings of others for each other. Our job is to fortify our emotions so that our emotions make sense. Continuing to get clarification between our Queen of Cups in its reversal, in combination with the Eight of Wands in its reversal, in combination with the Hangman in its upright. Can I get one card to clarify? We've got here the Five of Wands in its reversal. So coming back to the energy and solitude right now, the thing I keep on identifying in relationality to the energy and solitude is I keep on hearing this is what I meant. Like I feel like the the way that you can often I keep on like the way that we can often work through something is the space by which we can and it's interesting because I need to stress this. I keep on getting this feeling that for a lot of these energies in solitude, the experience of the experience of working through rough emotions, and I keep on getting, rough emotions allow for the adaptability point of being able to articulate and navigate um, what it is that we're like. It's the space by which I keep wondering we work our feelings out with each other. We don't work our feelings out through each other, is all I keep on hearing. And the reason I keep on getting this for those energies in solitude, we work out our feelings with each other. We don't work out our feelings through each other. Is when we are working out our feelings with each other, we articulate upon how we feel, right? How are you doing today? I'm really angry, right? Like, okay, good, right? Like, that's great. Like, the space by which we say, I'm really angry. The reason we talk about that being a deliverance point is the fact that and here's the funny thing about it, the minute you say, I'm really angry, you're no longer taking the anger out on another because you're observing the fact that someone finds you in the state. And here's the thing, even about it, like if you tell someone, I'm really angry, and then they notice some anger on you, they're like, yeah, well, that's good. You kind of prepared me for that, right? Like, it's like, but when we are not recognizing the fact that we're in those experiences, then it feels like others have to contend with them, right? So like we've all had those moments, like somebody walking around like, how are you? I'm fine. Like, oh, okay. Were they not like, never were they less fine. That's why you hear the word fine and you want to run out the way, like you want to run away. Because when somebody says you never have to really say you're fine. Like it's fine rarely means fine, doesn't it? Isn't that funny how it works, right? Usually when someone says when someone says they're fine, they're trying to be fine. Like they are mustering the courage to be fine is what we get. So for a lot of the energy, for a lot of the energy kind of working through that, I keep on seeing that like the space by which I keep on seeing like like, I feel like it's almost like the energy, like they're recognizing how powerful a connection is because they're articulating to each other the state they find each other in, right? Instead of feeling like they're being subjected to it. I'm going to say that again because that's going to be, that is, I keep on trying to define like the characteristics of these moon relationships. They articulate to each other the state that they find each other in. They don't subject each other to it, is what I keep on getting, which is great because here's the thing, right? We can handle each other's phases so long as we know what that phase is. Welcome to the moon relationships, right? What state do I find you in today? I am. It doesn't require us to have to get out like it doesn't require us to have to get out like a microscope and a book and like take somebody's temperature, check which way the wind is blowing. It doesn't require any of that. It's nice. So, but the thing is about this, and I keep on seeing at the same time this is happening, and I'm just preparing you guys right now. I'm just preparing you guys for the energy and solitude. This is, I gotta tell you, I am saying this with all the kindness in my heart. This type of energy that we're in right now, at the same time that that's healing happening, it also is the energy of a feeling dump. And the reason I keep on getting a feeling dump is because I keep on getting like it's working. And this is what I mean. Saturn, that's what I said. Saturn stationing, as all the cards fall on the ground, Saturn stationing direct before Mercury comes out of retrograde can often talk towards the understanding that feelings that do not have directions connected to them are just confusions that we give to each other. So this could be a situation. I literally see a modality right now where energy could be like minding their business, like just operating in a state of bliss, like doing the best that they can, and healing from a situation by which they felt like they were energetically pedestalized, and then all of a sudden, boom, you know what I mean? Like all of a sudden, like this, like a lot of the, like somebody just coming towards them with like all of these feelings, but understanding that feelings don't heal things. Feelings don't heal things unless the feelings make sense. Often you bring feelings to something and it doesn't have direction. It can often feel like it's further complicated. So that's what I keep on getting in relationality to something there, because I feel like that's what I meant about the next couple days feeling a little bit more like gear grinding, because and it'll ease up. Like it's going to ease up in a minute as soon as Mercury is direct again. But I keep on seeing that, like, almost like I feel like for some of the energy and solitude building into relationship, circumstances like that being like, case in point. You know what I mean? Like it's almost like one of those moments of like literally, I almost feel like I feel like what's gonna happen. Oh gosh, you know what's gonna happen right now? You know what's gonna happen right now, because this energy is just getting into the space that they're talking about things. It's gonna feel like it's gonna feel like they summoned it, but it's not because of it. It's not that you summoned it. It's because Saturn it's because Saturn has gone direct, right? It's like, it's just the fact, like it feels like, and I feel like even the observation of recognizing, I feel like this is energy potentially healing, because they're in the space by which they're talking to another person about feast or famine relationships. And that's often another way to describe pedestalization and partnership, right? Everything's either here or everything's down here. It never reaches. And the thing about it is, I keep on hearing like they're healing from predictable volatility in relationship, is what I keep on. They're like, it's not that it's not predictable. They're like, they could like, I'm like, and you know what I mean? Like, it's like a lot of that. So it's hard, is what I keep on seeing. Continuing to get clarification between our hangman, our 8 of Wands in its reversal, and the 10 of Wands in its reversal. One card to clarify, please. Clarification coming through right now with our Sun card in its reversal. And so what do we effectively see with the Sun card in its reversal? The Sun card in its reversal. And I'm going to say this for the Temperance relationships. It's really easy. it's very, very easy to enter into and like to feel to be in this type of energy and be really hard on the self is what I keep on getting. I just want to stress that. This is the type of energy that like, it's almost like I need to feel like I feel like for some of the I would not be um surprised right now if there's some energy that's like working through like this like these experiences. And the thing I keep on the thing about it is both I keep on getting the energy that's coming into divine union and the energy deep within divine union are going through a rut. The energy that is coming into divine union are going through their own rut. The energy that's deep within divine union is navigating another person's rut, is what I keep on hearing. And the thing with a rut, and you have to understand, is a rut is the modality by which we have a lot of feelings and we have no idea where to put them. Right? That is literally what a rut is. What do I do with all these feelings? I need more shelves. It's like, like, I don't know where to put them. It's like, it feels like that modality or that experience by which you're working through something to a certain extent. So the thing with I keep on seeing that is for the temperance relationships, I feel like this is a lot of the energy that is like being hard on the self, wherein the fact that they feel like that and they're getting mad about I feel like the energy that is coming into divine union is getting mad at the rate of their own progress. And what's beautiful about it is I keep on hearing counterparts saying like, you fool, like I see, like, it's like, you fool, like, this is the energy being like, I'm witnessing it. It's like the energy saying like you have, it's like the energy that's trying to articulate to another the fact that progress is occurring, because the energy is literally like I feel like the counterpart is is articulating to one another the fact that they're bearing witness to it, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like that's that's what's hard, right? And this is what's beautiful about being in loving relationships, right? Sometimes when we're and I feel like the space by which I keep on hearing new new complications indicate progress, which is often, and I keep on hearing, because this is what I keep on hearing, they're almost like telling counterpart they're in a false rut, because I feel like it's the energy saying, if you've never gone through this before, like it's like the energy saying like, if you haven't gone through something before, you're not in a rut. It's what I keep on hearing. Like a rut is indicative of something that is happening, but I keep on seeing it's like the energy that's almost bringing each other's awareness to one another in saying you're not going through a rut, you're in the process of an energetic breakthrough, because you're going through something that you haven't gone through before. And often the space by which we get like the space by which we feel the energetic frustration point in navigating something, like I keep on getting that for a lot of this energy, they're almost giving each other, I feel like they're giving each other the encouragement to take dynamic approaches to things. Now, for the energy that is coming deep, like deep within divine union, clarification between the Ten of Wands in its reversal and the Devil card in its upright. Can I please get one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with the Eight of Swords in its upright. And let's talk a little bit about this. Let's talk a little bit about this Eight of Swords energy, because, and I'm going to tell you right now, the vibes on this table right now are not immaculate. But that's the thing, not over, like, and this is what, like, but the thing is, like, sometimes it be like that. It's like, sometimes, like, sometimes when the energy is whack, recognizing the fact that it's not you that is the source of the whackness is the best thing you can do. It's the best thing you can do. Right? And that's what we see That's what we see that those relationships are doing, those energies deep within divine union. Like sometimes it's just working through the recognition. And I feel like that's, I told you, I see the energy going, is this my rut or is this their rut? Right. And the understanding, right? Like the understanding or the recognition of working through an energetic frustration point. But I keep on getting in the same experience or the same modality by which, this is why I keep on getting that they're navigating, like they're navigating an energetic rut to like assess their own energetic space within it, right? Like this is, and I keep on seeing, like that's what I mean in terms of the energy, like working into a space of composure, because I keep on getting that for a lot of the energy, doing that work or facilitating upon that, I feel like it's interesting because it almost feels like, it makes sense. Uranus is back in Taurus. Yeah, Uranus is back in Taurus right now due to the retrograde cycle. So the thing that we're effectively identifying is the recognition that, sometimes patience is the poultice. Sometimes patience is just the poultice. And I know, like, we hate that, right? Sometimes we hate that. Because we'd rather do something that allows the context by which we could do something in a better way. But I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy working through that, like I feel like they're going through like they're going through the circumstances or situations by which they're identifying or they're navigating or they're like working something out. But I keep on hearing like the space by which they're working something out, they're identifying or they're working upon what feels energetically corrective. But I keep on seeing like the space by which I keep on hearing like the energy going, like working through something, and they're finding their own composure is them being like, there's nothing. It's like the energy that often articulates upon something different that they could be doing, but not feeling like that's present. And then just finding, I keep wondering, like finding that modality or that experience of composure as they navigate the like frustrating situations with a sense of like with a sense of fortitude and patience. Continuing to get clarification between our Seven of Swords in its reversal in combination with our Five of Wands in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with the star energy. Now, moving back to the energy in solitude. This is relationship built upon refreshment. But the reason I keep on hearing the fact that there's something energetically refreshing that's happening right now in these new relationships is giving each other, I keep on hearing giving each other the gift of being able, like I keep wondering, giving each other the gift of being able to recognize, I keep wondering, the ability to recognize the difference between working out feelings with each other versus working out feelings through each other. Because one of the things that we're effectively understanding is with a lot of those relationships or with a lot of those situations, I keep on seeing we allow each other, like we allow each other the space to have feelings, is what I keep on seeing, right? We allow each other the space to have feelings. But the difference between, I keep on hearing like, this is what I meant. This is going to be one of the guidance points of these new relationships that I keep on seeing. The difference between someone saying, you've caught me in a mood, versus somebody taking their mood out on someone is the self-awareness by which we are able to identify and be, right? We check our own, like again, their moon relationships. So they check their own water, right? What's the water looking like today? It's like it's the understand. It's not making another person. It's like not making another person have to figure it out, right? Like it's not making it's not making another person have to get out like all of the instruments to try to figure out the energetic mood that they find us in, but rather just the ability by which we articulate and identify to another how we energetically feel. And I keep on hearing like that in itself is that we don't like this is what we talk like this is what we talk about in relationality to like this is what we talk about in relationality to like helping each other along the way, because the difference between the minute that you say like you found me in a foul mood or you found me in like a negative space is the space by which you're already creating a barrier between how another person finds you versus what they can expect from you, right? And so that gift, like that's often something that we meet with gratitude, because it doesn't require us to come into a false sense of self, right? It doesn't require us to come into a false sense of self. It requires us to effectively assess ourselves so that another person doesn't wreck themselves upon us. I'm going to say that again. It allows us the ability to assess ourselves so that another person does not wreck themselves upon us. So that modality or the experience, like this is what I keep on getting, like that is what is allowing so much of a poultice in these new relationships, because it feels like a breath, it feels like a breath of fresh air. So I keep on getting that there's something about that space of awareness that feels so, like I keep on hearing it feels, it's making the energy feel so energetically safe. At the same time though, I keep on getting this could be that if there's something from the past that hasn't healed, there could be something effectively coming back towards like another in these experiences, given the fact that I keep on getting, like I keep, like whenever we have Saturn stationing direct with Mercury in retrograde, it's the message that says emotions are only gifts if the gift comes with directions, right? If you give if you give someone your emotions and they don't come with directions, you've just given them a box of stuff to sort through. You haven't given them any. It's not a gift. It's not a gift. You haven't given anyone anything to. You haven't given someone a gift. You've just given them a lot to sort through. So I feel like there's something important about that. Continuing to get clarification between our Five of Wands in its reversal in combination with the Sun card in its reversal. We've got here the World card in its reversal. So the thing that we see with the World card in its reversal, particularly and especially for the energy that's moving deeper into divine union, I feel like this is like, this type of energy, I would not be surprised. This is a type of energy that gets frustrated in relationality to the amount of time things take, right? And I feel like, and I know when you say that, like, and here's the thing, right? When we say that to each other, it diminishes. It feels like a diminishment, but like it can feel like it can sometimes feel very, very difficult when we're working through things and we experience like I told you, the apex of the retrograde, like feeling like something that feels like it gets harder instead of easier. So if you're feeling like that right now, I don't want you to over internalize on it. It's literally the vibe right now. Everybody's going through it. And when we don't get twisted up about it, right? But instead of getting twisted up about it, if we just allow the context by which we're energetically productive, right? The I keep on hearing the difficult effort becomes the training wheels, right? It's the space by which we are effectively working through something that allows us to be able to find patience. And so what I think is beautiful about this is I almost feel counterparts that are trying to diminish, right? They're almost like, I feel like the counterparts right now are almost trying to diminish the fact that something that they're doing, like they're almost like the space by which I feel like they're trying to diminish it. And I almost feel like it's the counterpart saying back to the self, you don't see yourself with clarity. You know, they're also going through a lot of those moon relationships, because it's the space by which the shape of love is often the shape by which we say to another person, if you could see the things that I see, you could see how beautiful you've become, or you can see how beautiful, like like how beautiful the work that you're doing is. But what often happens in those modalities is we get so caught up in trying to do something as effectively as we can that we often feel like, often the misperception is the misperception that we have in relationality to what we're seeing, right? What we're seeing outside of the self versus our internal intentions, right? It can sometimes feel, we can sometimes be very unforgiving. But that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy doing that work, like that ability of doing so, that ability of reminding each other, I feel like they're giving each other the gift of their own perception, right? They're giving each other the gift of how they see each other through their eyes, continuing to get clarification between the Sun card in its reversal in combination with our Eight of Swords in its upright. We've got here the Nine of Swords. Okay, I like this. This is the first card. It's a good nine. The nine of we've got the Nine of Wands in its reversal, and the Nine of Wands in its reversal with the energy that's deep within divine union is like, I feel like the Nine of Wands in its reversal, deep within divine union, is like it's looking towards, like it's funny because it almost feels like, and I keep on getting this, and this was actually a message that was coming through when we were doing the masculine, feminine, and non-binary energy update the other day, working through the observation, and this is what we need in relationality to navigating through, like what we feel or what we identify as what, like and this is what we often experience with the maturation process. um, the only energy, the only energy that we effectively, like, I keep on getting, the only energy that we effectively dote upon is the energy that we dote upon in partnership, right? Like that's where, like this is what I keep on seeing, and this is what I mean about the maturation process for some of these energies that are moving deeper into divine union, right? We don't energetically dote upon things outside of partnership, because outside of partnership is where we work, like I keep on hearing, where we work to, where we work to effectively support, I keep on hearing, like we support each other in the best way possible, right? We build into that amplification point, right? Like I keep on hearing, like we work towards, we nurture within relationship and we amplify without, right? So it's a lot of that type of energy. But when another person, like when we work through the modality or the experience of a maturation cycle, one of the things that we often experience are orbital issues. And orbital issues are the modalities by which another person does not feel like we're energetically prioritizing right. And that can often feel like rigorous points, right? Because those modalities or experiences by which we feel energetically misperceived or misconceived can sometimes rub us the wrong way. But that's why I keep on seeing that if the energy is feeling irritated, right? If they're feeling irritated by another's lack, like misperception, but they're not feeling, I keep on hearing, but they're not feeling like infuriated. I feel like that in itself is its own like healing, because this is the energy that's recognizing what's within their power to change, right? Something that they could be doing differently versus something that they're experiencing that again, like doesn't feel energetically fair. Because again, the one thing we never ask each other to do is to ask us to go back to a past version of self. Because and that's often when we can tell that we are in a space of difficulty, because you can't ask someone to do that. You can't. Like I can't say to you, go become the person you were 5 years ago. Right? Like that's not available to you. We welcome and we witness one another's transformation. And we do, and if it doesn't, and I keep wondering, if it doesn't feel energetically corrective, right? We articulate and we amplify what needs energetic, like adjustment point. or what needs something, like something that we need to effectively articulate that we're experiencing that another could do more effectively. But the spaces or the places, like again, we sometimes, like one of the best ways to heal is recognizing when we ourselves are catching ourselves in spaces by which the way we're thinking about something is giving indications of indulgent thought. Indulgent thought is often the modality by which you say to another person, I like who you used to be instead of who you are, right? And so I feel like there's a lot of that energy that's like almost like, it's almost like the energy that's working through something like that. And it hurts, but it's also the energy that recognizes that they know that they're moving in the direction that is best for them. Continuing to get clarification. And I keep on hearing, and the way that they can calibrate for that is they keep checking with counterpart, right? They're checking with those around them. Continuing to get clarification between our star card and the world card in its reversal. We've got here the Four of Wands and it's upright. The Four of Wands and it's upright here, I keep on saying, like, this is positive. Like, the one thing I will say right now, we're going through like this little bit of a crimp energy is the best way I can describe this. Like, it's funny too, because I know that everybody keeps on saying, oh good, oh good, oh good, when does the retrograde season end? Oh good, planets are coming out of retrograde. But sometimes, and here's the thing that's weird to understand, sometimes planets coming out of retrograde can cause more of a retrograde if they come out in a weird order, is what I keep on hearing. So that's what we're kind of experiencing the next couple of days, especially with Saturn coming out of retrograde before Mercury. It can sometimes feel like the energetic rigor that is standing in the way of progress is what I keep on getting. Especially with, and so I keep on hearing, like, don't internalize if you're feeling like that. Like, I keep on hearing, it feels like Sisyphus energy. So if you're feeling like that, remember, you're not the only one feeling like that right now. Continuing to get clarification between our world card in its reversal and the Nine of Wands in its reversal. We've also got here the Ace of Cups in its reversal. So the one thing I'll describe too is the one thing I want you not to get, I need to stress this, like, when things like, I keep on hearing, like, some things to keep in mind with this type of energy is, like, watch pots never boil, right? Like the modality or the experience by which we put a lot of force of intention on things, sometimes things feel like they go slower when we're going through experiences like that. It's like, so I don't want you over focusing right now. If there's something that you're trying to do and it's not moving in the way that one would aspire or desire it to, because everything I keep on seeing right now with this energy, it's allowing the space by which we give, I keep wondering, we give each other the gift of patience, right? And we give each other, I keep wondering, like, we give each other the gift of patience, we give each other the gift of communication. I keep on hearing, this is not the time, to get frustrated if something is not moving in the way that one aspires it to. Now is the time to energetically percolate, which is like basically saying, like put that effort to other things right now. Like allow that modality by which you I keep on getting, like, by which you kind of give something. Like, I keep wondering, like, give something a minute. Final card for today's spread, between our Four of Wands in its upright and the Ace of Cups in its reversal. We've got here the Nine of Cups in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about this Nine of Cups in its reversal. We've got a lot of nine energy on the table right now. We've got the Nine of Wands, we've got the Nine of Cups in its reversal. We've also got, and I want to stress this too. When I see a lot of nine energy like this, it can often, like, the thing about it is it can sometimes, it can create those frustration points working through. I keep on hearing like we often get most frustrated right before a breakthrough, because the modality or the experience by which we're navigating a breakthrough, like those points by which we articulate or like try to do something in a different way. I want you not, I keep wondering, I don't want you to exhaust yourself, like working on something like over and over and over again. I want you to take dynamic approaches to how you are recognizing or identifying, like working through situations right now, because I keep on getting, the thing about it is like especially like the thing I like to identify when we're going through experiences like this is that that like it's allowing for the space by which we can, like I keep on hearing like do something, like doing something in a way that I keep on hearing like the night when something isn't working, we try other things, is all I keep on hearing, right? We do things in different ways. So I feel like I'm seeing that across all of the relationship frequencies, because that the word dynamic is effectively allowing the context by which another person, like there's energy right now coming into you, like in solitude, building into relationship, that's having dynamic conversations on emotions, right? They're talking towards the fact that emotions are fortified with direction, but the space by which we just deliver each other emotions, right? Like without any context, or without any without any context, or without any clarity, it can often feel more like we're divesting ourselves of the emotions instead of trying to work through them with another person. While for the energy that's moving deeper into divine union, this is the energy that's being asked to kind of hold themselves with a deeper sense of compassion, potentially via the counterpart articulating upon being able to see the progress that they themselves might not see. For energy deep within divine union, it's a lot of the energy that's effectively identifying and articulating upon, um, the energetic, I keep wondering, the energetic ceiling of their own maturation by which they're not going to do something that defies, like it defies their own standards or defines their own meaning. Like I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, they're very much in the space of composure, particularly if they're in a space by which they're articulating upon the fact that they recognize that they're in a space by which they're ready, willing, and able to have a healthy conversation, but they're not moving through something in such a way that feels like it cultivates something that feels energetically absurd. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy doing that work, kind of like working through those things or identifying them or speaking towards them. It's I keep on hearing it's beneficial and it's reaffirming, but it's also not easy, because I keep on hearing like there's potentially a lot of trauma that's being eased in the condition by which they're able to articulate upon that. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with the Two of Wands in its upright. The Two of Wands in its upright, the thing I like to articulate with the Two of Wands in its upright is being able to identify and speak towards communication. You know, it's a key, like, the funny thing about it is, like, so much in life can just be resolved by a healthy conversation. It's really amazing. It's really like it's good to talk about things, right? But and often you'll often notice that the shape of trauma is often most articulated by someone refusing to talk about something, right? It's like the refusal of another person to talk about something, and then it becomes everybody else's responsibility to navigate, like to navigate the energetic refusal point. And so, for a lot of the energy kind of working through that, I know it sounds like, but here's the other thing that's hard about it, right? Like this is a difficulty point. A healthy conversation is often like life changing, but you can't force healthy conversations. You can't force them, right? Because a healthy conversation is something that happens organically. It's either there or it's not. And often, often we have to also calibrate for the fact that we can't force healthy conversations, because healthy conversations that are forced become unhealthy confrontations. So I feel like there's a lot of that, like there's a lot of the energy in those modalities or those experiences that effectively recognize and identify through those things. And I feel like, the space, like the space by which one is able to do so, it's not, and I feel like it's hard too, because I would not be surprised if there's energy right now longing for healthy conversations with others. That's what effectively, like, what this type of energy is. But, and this is what's hard about living the life that we live. Sometimes situations make it impossible to have a healthy conversation with someone. Sometimes healthy conversations are impossible if we're not ready to face things within ourselves. Sometimes healthy conversations are conversations that we wish that we could have, but we recognize that we're not healed enough to have, right? Even sometimes recognizing our own volatility and being like, I can't have this conversation right now. Sometimes feelings get in the way. The important thing is for us to be able to assess, right? It's being able to give, I keep on hearing, like, the space by which we articulate upon how we feel is what feels energetically productive. So I feel like if you're going through anything like that right now, like, let the words, let the words heal you, right? Let the words heal you. But again, help another person. Make sure that you're articulating to another person how you're feeling. Don't take out the fact that you're feeling something on another person. That is where we find all of the energy. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and experiencing it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site, so I encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, I want to thank you for, I want to thank everybody who participated in our recent class on the Sun card. Our next class is going to be held on Thursday, December 18th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a study on the Judgment card. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. As a monthly subscriber, you'll have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. And as a founding member, you'll have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the archive. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions you have in relation to anything that we've studied so far. And if you become a founding member, you'll also have access to receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I try to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my Mystic Meditation articles there, which I release bi-monthly, which will give you updates on what we've been experiencing and seeing energetically. I also want to let you guys know that I also want to invite you all to head over to the stack to learn more about our retreat that we'll be having in August, where we will be heading to Italy to study the tarot in the cradle by which the tarot was discovered. We are going to be doing a lot of study in terms of the mytho-symbolic symbolism that we find in the cards to understand its deeper connection to the culture and the time that it was discovered, and also understanding the allegory behind the cards through a lot of the art and architecture that we find in that culture. All you need to do, if you would like to find out more about that class, is head over to my stack. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which can be purchased per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Good Vibes. You got our highest gifter for today. You will be the second person read for. And if anybody else wants to get on the list for today, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We're also at 26K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Yep. And good to see you today, Avatar. Indeed, I need to learn exactly. How are you doing today, Mia? And welcome as well. A win is a win. I like that, Bridget. How are you doing today, Rainbow? What's up, Emma? How are you doing as well? Grand Rising, Estevan. Absolutely. And thank you so much. I'm very okay. 144. I appreciate the note. I'm very capable of knowing the amount of cards that I need to pull, but thank you so much for the note. How are you doing today, Per? That's a new one. I haven't encountered that before. How are you doing today, Tina? Oh my goodness. The state they will find me in is exhaustion. How are you doing today, user 536? Hi there, and thank you as well. How are you doing today? I hope you're doing well. I can read for you, user 536, but these are donation-based readings, so either you have to send a donation, or if you become a subscriber, I do 1-card readings for subscribers as well. No, you're not being rude at all. Yep, no worries, just be mindful. Absolutely. Thank you for the help there, Bridget. Yep, ample opportunity for non-frustrated. Sometimes it do be like that. Sometimes it do be like Yep, as well. Goodness, they are. I know it's out. We're out. I told you, it's the energy right now. I told you. How are you doing today, Matthias? They have new gifts. Who has new gifts? Maybe we should just tote around bowls right now so they're ready to go. Oh my goodness. How are you doing, dear? Yep, absolutely. Welcome, Bridget. Yes, as an Aries, I don't need any more energy challenging for how long it takes. I know, I'm sending you support right now, Ella. Yes, that's true. I know the snow angel was cute. Thank you guys for the gifts, and congratulations, Good, for winning that. And Amy, thank you for the follow. Yep, Grand Rising. Yep, we just finished the collective mini. And welcome, Jennifer. I thought Kay was here. No, I did that. I was the one muting. Yeah, I thought you were telling me the cause of the gift. Oh, no. I don't have a problem when I see new gifts out. And Marcus, thank you for the follow. Great. Thank you for the follow as well. Creative, thank you for those gifts. Hi there, you. Who are you asking that question to, you? The How are you doing, Dick? Good. I mean, I need to point this out. You're in the comments and you're speaking upon the believability of it. And yet there's clearly a reason that you're here, right? There's clearly something that you need that leaves you here because there's a choice to be in this space. So I feel like the better question you need to ask yourself is not whether there's believability here, but why do you find yourself in a space by which you are looking or asking for someone to convince you? Turkey. Hi there, Odu. Thank you for the follow. Absolutely. If I could, I mean, again, I feel I need to point out if there's such a gift, why do you feel like the culmination of that gift is in the space by which you can predict numbers? Why do you find that, like, do you see the fact that you're looking at something and saying if it was really useful, it would be something that would allow the self to benefit from it? I feel like there's something that you need to ask yourself in relationality of the questions that you're asking you. They're value. I mean, they're interesting, aren't they? Why is that? Yeah. And thank you guys. Thank you guys for trying to help clarify. Oh, thank you, Kimmy. I appreciate you. But again, I need to stress, I feel like, the thing about it is I often find those that ask those questions, they don't stick around to have a conversation, right? It's the difference between a conversation and a telling. And I always like to point out, you're welcome to stay here. I'm always welcome to have a healthy conversation, so long as you're not in a space by which you're asking questions, by which your judgmentalness is already showing. So, yep, I agree so much. I'm gaining footing before confronting. That's good, Kimmy. Keep that work up. How are you doing today, A? I'm happy to read for you on that if you'd like to get on the list. But please don't spam. Please don't spam the question, the comments with your question. And also the space by which you articulate yes and no. The tarot is not here just to give affirmations and negations. It's here to kind of work towards how to understand what's going on between energetic connections. I hope that helps. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Kimmy. That's really kind of you to say. How are you doing today, Cassie? Yeah. And thank you as well. Hi there. Oh, here we go again. I apologize, guys. Everybody, the bots are out in full force today. But again, I'm not surprised to see it. I'm not surprised to see it given the energy that we're currently experiencing. Okay. I'm not, here's the thing about it, talk about confirmation, given the cards that I've got on the table, I'm like, yeah, that tracks. That tracks. That tracks. That feels about right now. So that makes sense. So just again, don't get frustrated, just recognize, be patient. Yeah, exactly. We are going to get started. On personal readings right now. If you want to get on the list, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You'll be the third person read for today. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps. Pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also going to be doing a giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Also, if you are on the hold list and would like to be returned back to the list today, please go ahead and just let me know the date that you are put on the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back as well. For anybody else who's interested in getting on the list for today for a reading, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind There are two things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, dream interpretations, angelic, past life, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, akashic, and mind, body, spirit. Also, if you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, you can put that information in the notes when you send the donation. You can post it also in our subscriber only Discord channel in the appropriate Discord channel in the appropriate channels. Also, if you are interested, if you are a super fan who would like to be added to the disco, just message me a disco GIF. I'll be happy to add you to the list. If you would like a coupon code to our class, go ahead and message me the word class. And if you would like more information on that trip, message me the word trip from the orange icon you find on your screen. We are going to get started on personal readings right now. First person on the list for today is, we've got here Ivana. Ivana, if you're here, can you please respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer. I've got you here. All right, I've got Ivana up. Make sure to give Ivana some love. And before we continue right now, yep. Before we continue right now, we are going to warm up our intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the fire dragon. We'll do it again after the next reading. And I've got Ivana pinned up. All right. Ooh, we're doing a angelic guidance reading. I love them. All right. Can I please get, where are my cards? Where are the cards I want? Thank you. Yep. And guys, please make sure to give Ivana some love. Can I please get, hold on. Yep. Thank you. All right. 2 more. And thank you for being the first person on the list today, Ivana. You'll also have additional cards. And you'll have 5 cards. Oh. Okay, so this is interesting. You know, it's interesting, like, I feel like there's something I see that you're working on doing right now. And you know, it's interesting because like the energy that I'm picking up on is here to like help you. Like it feels like it's here to help you right now with and it's funny too because you just basically gave me some homework, because this feels like I'm gonna have to, I know that you and I have something coming up shortly. Now I have to do some homework on this because I feel like there's something about this that I need to kind of articulate upon as well, because you know, I feel like you're working through something right now, and I keep on getting you're trying to navigate ennui. Now I need to like like I need to describe, it's hard because, and ennui itself is kind of ironic in this way. You know, ennui, for those who don't like if you don't know what ennui is, but ennui is effectively the feeling that it's like the blahs, if you will, right? It's working through the banality of circumstances or situations. It's building into the space of feeling energetic disappointment towards what it is that we see around us, right? And I keep on thinking, the thing with the ennui is like, you know, ennui can sometimes create those modalities or those experiences that like almost stop. And like ennui is dangerous for this reason, because ennui often articulates the feeling of saying, I've seen everything, is what I keep on getting, right? There's nothing, like ennui is basically saying there's nothing under the sun that one hasn't seen. Now, and I keep on getting that there's an angelic guide near you that's working to help heal you of your ennui, is what I keep on getting. And the thing about it is like I can see like the I like whenever I see energy like trying to like, there's nothing funnier than energy trying to help us heal from ennui, because the way that one usually heals from ennui is being like, explain this. You know what I mean? Like it's like it can often be those modalities or experiences that feel like they defy explanation, right? That I'm like, and I keep on hearing like, I almost feel like I would not be surprised if you're going through those moments that you're like, how on earth? And I almost see like an angelic guide standing next to you, being like, "Is that ennui fixed yet? Is that ennui fixed? I don't have time for this. Is the ennui fixed? Like we gotta pick this up." It's like, I keep on getting, we gotta pick this up. I don't have time for all this ennui. This ennui isn't getting us where we need to go, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like there's something about, I would not, I feel like if you're having these, like, I keep on hearing, like, you're not, like, I keep on getting, you're not forgetting anything. I keep on hearing, like, your ennui's getting fixed, is all I keep on hearing. I don't know why they specifically said, you're not forgetting anything, your ennui's getting fixed, which is effectively like working through something. Like I feel like it's almost like I feel like there's something, even now. I don't know what this is, and we'll have to get into it later when we got something we're doing. But I feel like there's something happening even now that you're saying to yourself, I must have forgotten I did that. Is what I keep on hearing. I feel like I got something. I've literally got it. Why are you doing this to you? What is this? We're going to talk about this later. I see you being like, I must have forgotten that I did that weird thing, is what I keep on hearing. I must, and like I've almost got an angelic guide going. I'm gonna, I feel like, you know, but I think that in another way, like the other thing I'm seeing, the other thing we're seeing around it though is I feel like there's something, I think there's something important that's happening right now in terms of holding yourself, more compassionately, is what I keep on seeing. There's something, I keep on getting this, you know, there's something, I feel like there's something really important that's happening, right? And I feel like it also has a lot to do with you, I keep on hearing you're taking better care of yourself than you ever have before. But, and I keep on hearing like this is what it means to care for yourself, because I keep on getting the fact that you're caring for yourself, like often, like, and I feel like this is really okay. So like there's a very attenuated message coming through on this. And I keep on hearing there's something life changing to be said with moving away from energy where it doesn't feel like everything's an argument at every moment. And that's not to say that there isn't a healthy argument. Argument, and this is what I keep on getting. This is why this angelic guide, like this angelic guide actually loves to argue. They love the way you argue. But the thing about an argument that's healthy is I keep on getting an argument that's healthy. I keep wondering, like an argument that's healthy feels like a repartee. It feels like something that at the end of it, even if you don't agree, you've taken something, you've gotten something from it, is what I keep on hearing. That's usually how you can tell an argument is healthy, right? Because it fortifies, it either fortifies one's own position or it gives you something to think about, is what I keep on hearing. An unhealthy argument is not the space by which another person is just kind of perpetually trying to convince you of something, is what I keep on getting. There's no argument, right? You can't argue. You can't argue with, and do you notice how quickly, like my throat chakra closed up? You can't argue with somebody trying to convince you of something because there's no room for discussion, right? It's like a one-sided conversation. And so I feel like there's something about that you need to understand, because I almost feel like you're questioning yourself in relationality to whether you're bypassing. You're not bypassing. I feel like, I don't know why, but I keep wondering, you're really, like, there's some kind of big concern as to whether you are, I keep wondering you're avoiding someone. I keep wondering you're avoiding someone and you're worried you're bypassing. And I keep on getting the fortification point that they're articulating to me is the fact that when we are not bypassing, it's not bypassing if you recognize that you're ready for a healthy debate. It's not bypassing if you're eager and you like to argue. Like, it's not bypassing. Never will you know that you're not bypassing if you are the type of person that lives for a healthy argument, but recognizes the difference between a healthy argument versus a convincing fight, which is the space by which there isn't, and I keep wondering, the way you can usually tell this is there's ground, and I keep wondering, the gift that you're left with from a healthy argument is either feeling fortified in your position or having a lot to think about. And I feel like there's something really important about that to help you calibrate for something where, again, I feel like you're making the right choice, but you're questioning yourself in relationality to whether you are being too hard on someone. And they're saying that as long as, I keep on hearing, like, as long as you are ready for having, like, if you were in that space by which you were ready, you were welcoming a healthy argument, but somebody was just, when you want a healthy argument and someone just wants to fight with you, you'll usually tell, because there's nothing you say that will get them out of that modality. And I keep on hearing, healthy arguments are not the space by which we just take out our emotions on each other, is what I keep on hearing. And I know you, and listen, the fact that you're questioning yourself is good. If you didn't question, yeah, if you didn't, like, as, like, sorry, like, Strega had to take that opportunity to come in. She always comes in when there's like, like it's like you're not afraid to go into that room, is what I keep on hearing. You're not I keep on hearing you're not bypassing if you're not afraid to, like, to get into the space by which you're working through something. You can just recognize the difference. So I keep on hearing, like continue to, like, they're not saying not to do that, but they're saying, like, make sure that you utilize that. Like, don't be too hard on yourself around if you're having to make a difficult, like, if you're having to make a hard choice around a difficult situation. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, it's not fair. You know? It's not fair. You know? It's not. But here's the thing, once we sometimes, like, and this is all, the thing is, every time I read for angelic energy, sometimes, like, the space we finally get somewhere is the modality by which we recognize that something's not fair. It's not the space by which we, like, it's not the space by which we get, like, don't let the ennui set in, right? Like when we experience something that's not fair, we don't say, why bother? Right? Like we work harder. Is what I keep on hearing. You know? Like it's like I feel like, and that's I feel like there's something about that that you understand too, right? It's not I keep wondering, it's like you don't go, oh, like it doesn't have to be that way. And I feel like, and sometimes like I feel like I just see a situation. I feel like sometimes, and I feel like it's almost like you having to articulate to another that they have an entitled point of view. And I don't know why that is. I don't know why they are really focusing on this. Um, because, and I'll just stress this again, an entitled point of view is seeing someone doing something out of a state of need and making the gross assumption that they're making choices, is what I keep on getting. An entitled point of view. An entitled point of view is simply the space by which another person is operating from need, and you like, and another person says that and goes, why would they choose that? Why would they choose that for themselves? As if choice ever entered, as if choice ever entered the conversation. As if choice walked into the room and was like, hello. um so I feel like, if somebody's in that modality, educate them, is what I keep on seeing. Don't hate them for the view. I keep wondering, don't hate them for their view. Educate them to make sure that they understand. Like, and it's okay. Like, I keep wondering, make sure, because I keep on getting, hold on, because I keep wondering, some energy can't help. I keep wondering, some energy can't help having an entitled point of view. Especially, I keep wondering, especially if they were raised with one. But that's why the gift that we give each other is we give each other the benefit of the doubt in relationality to being able to build empathy, and also and simultaneously allowing for, I keep wondering, it's not, nothing doesn't have, something doesn't have to become a perpetually educational moment, but I keep on hearing, make sure that we take the time, make sure that you take the time to educate before, I keep wondering, make sure you take the time to educate before you vilify, is what I keep on hearing. I'm not sure why that's coming through. And I feel like, I don't even feel like it's you that I need to say that to. I feel like that's the message that they want you to give to someone else, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ivana. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like, and this, we're gonna, you and I have a reading coming up. So as I said, make sure to check your messages, because I have to go do some homework on whoever that is. So that's like, you've given me, like, you've given me some homework to do. Because I don't know if you noticed, I wrote something down, so I need to go check my notes after this. We're doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, please remember not to reach people, like, don't reach out to people who ask you to message them. I tell you to message me here. If I tell you to message me here, it's so that I can send you like links and gifts. But don't, like, again, just be conscientious of those who are coming into the chat right now, asking you to, like, saying that they're going to give you crazy stuff. Okay. A true reader will never reach out to you for a reading. Okay, thank you guys. And I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. You had an odd dream. Get on the list, Nikki. Let's read it. You know, it's weird. I didn't have a weird dream last night. I had a weird memory, which was wild. Like, I didn't have a dream. I had a memory. Yeah. Yeah, ennui. How you doing today, Steve? We. Steve knows what ennui is. Yeah, that's how I feel. Ivana just responding. That's how I feel. I don't even know who I am. But I think like, we're getting a lot of hints. We're getting a lot of hints in the dream space. I'll tell you that much. How you doing today, Tanya? Joven, we do so. I like to point this out. The tarot likes to talk, so we can do affirmations or negations, but you're probably gonna get more than a straight up yes or no. I do. If you want to get on the list is open. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for non-subscribers. I also do free 1 card readings for subscribers if you want to become a super fan. That's usually better if you're looking for an affirmation or negation on something. How you doing, Alchemist? Cosmic lessons and French lessons today. Exactly. I don't even speak French. So, Gabrielle, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. And Arcana, thank you for the follow as well. I'm so glad to hear that. You're welcome, Ivana. The list is open, Gabrielle, if you would like to get on it. Soul, thank you for the follow as well. Vel, thank you for the follow. Alchemist, when you experience something that's not fair, you don't give up. You work harder. I love this. I mean, that's how you fight against ennui. You don't go, oh, it's the point. You say, no, it's the point. I'm doing well. How are you doing, Just? And thank you for the follow. Thank you, Yanita, for the follow. I do my best, Alchemist. Thank you. You're so welcome, Ivana. You're so welcome, Team Osana. This which spiritual thing are you referring to, Val? You got on the list? I got you. Bridget, I didn't see you get on the list, but hold on a minute. Okay, I've got you on the list, Bridget. If anybody else wants to get on the list, can you just send me, did you send it? Can you just send me where you sent the donation, just the initial, please? How are you doing, Mimi? How can I make it possible? I mean, if you're asking about in terms of what, spiritual? Again, I'm happy to do a reading on that, Vel, in terms of like connecting more to spiritual. If you want to get on the list is open. And it's a great time to get on the list. If someone wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 3rd person read for. So the list is nice and short right now. Just a reminder, it's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, if you are a super fan who would like access to our disco chat, you can just message me a disco gif. I'll send you the invite. If you would like a coupon on our class program, message me the word class. And if you would like information on the trip that we'll be taking in August, message me the word trip. Next person, we're also at 37.6K likes. Thank you, friends. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Good. You're the next person we're reading for. Can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And while we wait for your question to come through, let's do an animal intuition check for anybody who's interested in for anybody who's interested right now. We are doing Life Path, highest priority messages from Spirit, angelic guidance, dream interpretations, past life mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, Akashic, and mind, body, spirit. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, you can put that information in the notes when you send the donation, or you can put it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channels. And yes. The way, actually, you're spelling it, Ivana. I believe if you go back, Steed spelled it correctly. If you go back, yeah, if you go back to Steed spelled it correctly for you. Well, actually, it's ENNUI, if it helps. Or no, yeah, thank you. You guys got it. Okay, help Ivana out with it. Okay, let's continue. So we're going to do the animal spirit guide card. I'm going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well done, alchemist. It was the hind. All right. I'm looking right now for, where'd you go? Good vibes. We got angelic guidance pinning up here. Guys, make sure to give good vibes some love. 4 cards, please. Yep. Oh, oh, look at that. What's that? Okay. Hidden card there. Okay, continuing. Ooh. Okay. All right, let's walk through this. So we gotta, oh, wow. Yeah, it's interesting because I feel like I've got someone near you right now that's helping you find balance in relationships. And the thing about it, ugh, you know, how do I walk through what I'm seeing here? Um, and again, I'm also getting the space where someone's giving me some homework to go check on in terms of this as well. So, and again, if you want to reach out to me over the disco, I'll give you more information on the actual like who this is. But um, what I'm effectively seeing around around something right now is, you know, so and I need to walk this through. And this is like I you're not like here's the thing about it. And we become we become the force by which anything is possible, is what I keep on hearing. Um, and the thing about and I need to describe this, and I would not be surprised if you've had to go through some experiences where another person articulates an energetic limitation. And there's two different limitations in life. I'll put it this way. And this is why we work to kind of be clear with ourselves. There are the limitations by which we recognize and identify ourselves. There are the things that we aspire to do. And then there are the things that there are the things that and typically when we're in a good space, we literally say this is what I can do with a circumstance or situation. And this is what I could do if I had even more capacity of doing so. Um, and then there's energy that articulates a limitation because the limitation makes them feel better about doing something that they did not necessarily feel energetically inclined to do in the first place. And that's always energy that we have to be wary of, right? Because it's like when we talk about the understanding of knowing thyself, the nice thing about knowing ourselves is knowing, when we know ourselves, we don't say that we don't say that we want something and then say to another person, oh well, I didn't really want that, but it was like creating, articulating upon the story why I'm not doing something makes me feel better at the end of the day. You know what I mean? It's sometimes and we all have those moments. We all have those experiences. But I feel like for some, like, I almost see this situation, and this is why, you know, when we clear an opportunity for another person, the answer, like the energy we often should meet is thank you, not what have you done. And sometimes, like, I feel like that's why we almost, like, I feel like I almost see those moments or experiences for you. Like I see, like I feel like I keep on picking up the fact that you're a gift in other people's energy, right? The modality by which you can just articulate to another person how easy it could be to navigate something. I feel like I would not be surprised if you've had those experiences where another person, and I keep wondering, that isn't you, right? That isn't you finding a solution to a problem and being callous. But I keep on seeing, like, the space by which we understand that I keep on, I feel like you've got a lot of, like, that is your love language, right? Like, I feel like it's almost hard for you to hear. Like, I almost feel like it's hard, like, your empathy is such that I see, like, the force by which another articulates the fact that they're having a problem. I feel like there's that desire for you to kind of, like, move something in accordance to being able to make it easier for another. But this is why I keep on hearing, like, the message that this energy is trying to say to you to help you balance in relationships is we give each other tools for this reason, because the space by which we give each other tools is the space by which we are often able to determine the difference, right? Like the difference between someone that truly wants to do something versus someone that's been articulating upon an excuse not to do something, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like this has been hard because I feel like I keep on seeing that your ability, like, I feel like I see a lot of relationships that have left your life in the moment that you made something easier for someone. And I keep on hearing, if that's weird, recognize that that was spiritual protection. Simply recognize it as understanding that was spiritual protection, because I keep on seeing that the space by which the space by which you're able to simplify an energetic problem. I keep on getting, like, the space by which you're able to articulate and identify how easy that can be. I keep on hearing it helps you to build into the fortified relationships as it relates to being able to be energetically productive, as it relates to being able to articulate and build into sustainability. And I keep on hearing, if there's any of that energy that you cleared a path for and then departed, I keep on hearing you're much better off without that, is what I keep on getting. Because I keep on seeing, like, the modality by which another person, I keep hearing, like, the modality by which another person is able to, I keep wondering, the is able to express and articulate upon something is the shape by which I keep on getting their I keep on hearing they should invest back to you, back towards you. They should invest back towards you in the same exact way, is what I keep on hearing. So I feel like, be conscientious about that. Like, recognize and identify that, because I keep on hearing, like, I almost feel like, I feel like it's almost like you having to have healthy conversations with another in that way. And I keep on hearing, like, I think that this is really important too, because especially, like, especially, I need to stress this. Um, we don't we don't erase conversations that we're supposed to have by delivering setbacks, is what I keep on hearing. And I feel like that's really important, because it's like, I keep wondering, when you are having a conversation with someone, and they move away from you and they never finish the conversation. But then they arrive back to you, and all they do is articulate the fact that they've experienced a setback or they're going through something difficult, right? I keep on hearing you don't have to let energy like that back towards you, because, like, I keep on hearing, don't let somebody skip over the conversation that they never finished with you by articulating upon a personal tragedy. Because I keep on hearing, don't let them say, oh, and then because in the modality by which you articulate and say, like, oh, well, we never finished talking about that, then them then saying, how could you bring that up at a time like this? No, how could they approach you? How could they approach you in such a callous way? Is what I keep on hearing, right? Like, I feel like that is what you have to say to another person. I keep on hearing, you're not being callous. If another person left you energetically hanging and then they try to introduce themselves back into your life by telling you that they're going through something that is awful, right? But it's very easy for energy like that to effectively try to pull on the heartstrings and say, oh, how can you bring that up at a time like this? No, how can you arrive here, right? How can you arrive towards me now, right? Understanding a situation by which another person only comes towards you in such a way that it makes you feel like you are the one being hurtful, even though they've been the one hurting you, by not allowing a space by which you can build a healthy conversation. We don't come towards each other. We don't reintroduce each other with in a modality like that. It's like if we're not there, I keep on hearing, if we're not there to create that healthy space, is what I keep on seeing, then the modality by which another person makes you feel badly because they left you, like they weren't there, and now they energetically, that is the sound of someone needing something, right? And so I feel like it's almost like you having to say to another person, like I keep on hearing, like, you can maintain healthy distance in those experiences by like I keep on hearing, like, you can say, like, you know, like I keep on feeling, I feel like you also say something like, you know, like I wish, I wish we were closer, but you can't come towards, like, it's like the space by which it's like, it's, I keep on hearing, it's unreal for someone to put that type of energetic demand upon you, which is them saying, like not coming toward, like exactly, like it's like they're saying to me, like, at a time like this, being like, yeah, exactly, at a time like this, why would your first instinct be to come back towards the person who you haven't been speaking to, right? Or why would your first instinct be to come back towards someone that you left something like open-ended upon? So I feel like there's something about that in relationality to building closure. I keep wondering, don't let that be the energetic closure, in terms of saying, like, healthy relationship shouldn't be like kick-started back into existence because there's something like terrible occurring. It should come into the space of another person, like, and I keep wondering, don't let them feel bad about, like, towards you in the space by which they're trying to say, oh, how can you be so rude? No, it's rude to come to you at that moment and put you in such an energetically uncomfortable position, is what I keep on seeing. So make sure that, I keep on hearing, like, I keep on getting, make sure that you're holding those healthy boundaries. And I keep on getting, like, the energy. I feel like it's interesting because I just feel like this guide is around you to help you maintain boundaries. And the hard part is, like, it's hard. I keep wondering, it's hard to maintain boundaries with someone that tries to pull on our heartstrings, but understanding that energy that cares about us never pulls on our heartstrings. They protect them. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Good. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards. And I feel like there's a lot, like, I can feel it, like you're going through a lot of heart healing right now. like that, your heart chakra, like that, like I can see like there's a lot of that there. So just be patient with yourself as you navigate that. Thank you again, dear. If anybody would like to get on the list right now, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. It's a great time. Oh, we got to 50K too, so we'll be doing our 50K good giveaway. Oh no. Okay. All right, I'm gonna look up continuing. All right. You too. Okay. Yep, thank you as well. Good. Hi there, E. I will, because I had so much more written up. Okay. Yeah, I'll give you, I have to go, I have to go check on that one too, but I should be able to confirm. And thank you, Corinne, for the follow. Good. It's me offering to navigate things for the best possible outcome. While that's the important, that's why they're there. I think you already know, right? It's adding that while, like that while, the while, whatever everything happening after that. Yeah, that part. That's why they're like, yeah, you called for them because you said you wanted to include that part with it. Yeah, you've been doing the first part for everybody. It's adding the second part that you need a little help with right now. Thank you. And Zam, thank you for the follow. Yeah, they play off the empathy. Yeah. But this is what I keep on seeing. Like I keep on hearing somebody being like, how could you bring that up at a time like this? Being like, no, how can you show up here at a time like now? Is what I keep on hearing. Tiffany, thank you for the follow. I'm happy to read for you. These are donation-based readings. So all you need to do if you'd like to get on the list is send the donation. I'll be happy to read for you. Also, we do free 1-card readings for super fans if you'd like to become a super fan. Same thing, GIF. Same thing, Ian. I know, the emotionality, I'm telling you right now, like the emotionality that we're experiencing is in the context of Venus passing, like moving beyond, like passing before Mercury, and also the fact that Saturn just went direct, right? It's like memories. Oh, that's a beautiful dream, Ian. Hi there from Uganda. Hold on a minute. Already looking up Ennui, and I'm like, yeah, maybe that's why I felt okay. Good, thank you, Ivana. Honoring myself, yeah, that's why they're working with you, like that. They're like blah, blah, blah. They're there to help you with that second part. You've been doing the first part just fine. It's making sure the second part's attached to it. Yep, and you're in Aries. I get it. Yeah. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you have a general reading or if you have a specific question that you'd like me to answer. And while we wait, for Bridget's question, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the second person read for. Oh, we have to do 50K. Thank you. We're going to do the 50K giveaway first. Oh, I thought you said you did. Oh, I thought you said you were getting on the list. I apologize. Okay, that's my mistake. Okay, well, before we do so, let's do the 50K giveaway. I am thinking of a number right now between 1 and 30, 1 and 36. First person I see that posts the number will get the reading. First person I see, Bridget, you got it. Congratulations, dear. We'll do that again. We'll do that again after the next reading. And Bridget, I saw that you just well, that is going to be, yeah, that's going to be for the next time you come on live. Thank you so much, dear, and congratulations. This type of energy we're dealing with today. This is exactly what I mean with this type of energy. Like it's just it's like that. It's like that. All right, we are going to continue right now. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it is it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the next person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing, we'll be doing another giveaway when we get to 100K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 100K in no time. All right, we are reading for Bridget next. Bridget, if you're here, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? We certainly can. Before we continue, let's do an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Got the blackbird. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. And while where'd my other deck go? Oh, there it is. Thank you. Okay, and I've pinned up Bridget here. Make sure. Well done, Bridget. You see, I love that. Okay, you were very close. I mean, like, yeah, I love it when the person we're reading for gets so close on the animal spirit guide. Oop, okay, there's one. Yeah. 2 more, please. Thank you. And 1 more. Yeah. I got it. Thank you. You know, I think there's something really intriguing. There's something really intriguing that I'm seeing right now. In relationality to, and I feel like I would not be surprised right now if you're feeling energetically disconnected from the earth. And how do I explain this best? I feel like I want to, like, and it's interesting too, because the hard part I'm seeing in relationality, and it has something to do with like you connecting with your past life as well, because I keep on getting that and it's interesting too, like the word ennui keeps on coming up right now, because this type of energy can create that feeling of like of frustration, or working, like I keep on getting like working through something in a way that like it has to, like I feel a situation, and I just need to walk you through this. I feel like I can feel like the fact that you feel like you're crawling out of your skin right now, because you're in a liminal space. And the liminal space is potentially, I see you kind of waking up more to the energy connected with a past life. So that is potentially a lot of strong feelings in relationality to how things, I keep on hearing how, it's actually interesting because I keep on hearing things weren't perfect things were far from perfect. But I keep on getting that there was something about the past life that's almost articulating and saying we knew what good meant. And I keep on hearing like the reason that the energy is saying we knew what good meant, which is meant meaning we knew where our source of goodness came from, right? Like the earth is, I keep on hearing the earth is no longer doted upon. And the thing is, when we dote upon the earth, good things come from it, is what I keep on hearing. It's funny too because it's also very ironic given the fact that we were talking so much about how we don't um, we don't dote upon each other in relationship. We dote like we energetically dote upon like we dote upon where like what we know we will have in time. And I keep on getting the message that we've forgotten what it means to be patient, right? That patience, like patience is the space by which when something isn't going the way that you aspire it to go, you persevere upon it, is what I keep on getting, right? It's not the space by which you say, oh, forget it. It's like I keep wondering it's a place, but it's a place it's like, you know, when things aren't going the way that you aspire them to, you don't throw away the chisel. You point the chisel in the direction of where it needs to go, and you continue to put a lot of effort towards it. And I keep on getting that like that's what I mean in terms, like I keep on hearing there's nothing more unhealthy for the earth than ennui, because ennui says like it's too hard, what's the point, right? And the thing is you can't, like, yeah, like you can't do anything if you're not willing to like navigate the energetic frustration on the other side of doing it. And I feel like you understand that. Like I feel like I see the like you. I keep wondering, like I feel like you are someone that no one has ever had to explain that to. You know, um, but I feel but and often I keep on hearing often energy that has that gift doesn't recognize what a gift it is, because that ability to like that ability to be able to identify that, you know, like how we choose, like how we work on something, or like what we cast our effort to, like is not like there isn't like there's never, I keep hearing, I feel like this is like the earth almost says like no effort is lost, right? But often in the space by which we do that, it can sometimes feel like we get overwhelmed in the fact, like we often get overwhelmed in the fact that something, and I keep on hearing like, it's funny because I know it's going to sound a little cliche, but I almost feel like the message that's coming through in this reading is the space by which we like it feels I keep wondering, it always feels most inconceivable at the moment that it is most possible. And I keep on hearing that, like, often understanding that, like, often recognizing that, like, having to understand, like, the level of frustration that you need to, like, that one experiences is directly proportional with like, the ability to effectively, like, move something where it needs to go. I feel like there's something about that that's almost, I feel like it's almost like the earth is saying don't give up on yourself, right? Like a lot of stuff can be happening under the surface, and like something about that experience, and I feel like it's almost like the energy telling you like not to give into despair, right? Because I keep on hearing like, and it's funny, it's interesting because when I say like, when I hear like, don't give into despair, what I keep on hearing with that is basically saying, um, despair's origin is desperation, which is the space by which we feel energetically desperate. And so I almost feel like I think that there's something very foundational about that, is what I keep on seeing. I keep on hearing the energy say, don't be desperate with yourself, hold yourself patiently, which is the ability of recognizing you're never going to miss. You're never going to miss what's in alignment to you. Um, but it is almost saying to me like you're never going to miss what's in alignment to you. But at the same time, I think it's really difficult because I almost feel like I keep on seeing like you're feeling that same energy of desiring to walk away from situations or circumstances. But I keep on hearing like the space by which you feel like that, right? But then I keep on hearing you don't let yourself feel triggered, but instead just allow yourself to feel more of yourself is how you're going to find that patience. Because I keep on hearing the patience exists like in understanding your own presence, is what I keep on getting. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with the 10, especially with this 10 of wands in its upright. This doesn't, I keep wondering, this doesn't mean staying where you're underappreciated, is what I keep on getting, right? There's something to be said. I keep on hearing there's something to be said as it relates to there's something to be said as it relates to appreciation, because I keep on getting that I just keep on getting that experience or that modality by which, and this is what I keep on hearing. Like, I would not be surprised if you've had a lot of experiences where someone has said to you, I didn't realize how good I had it with you, right? Because I feel like you have a very close connection to the earth. And the thing with like often those who have a lot of earth connection is understanding, right? Like what happens when we have a deep earth connection, right? Somebody feels comfortable. Like what happens in the modality by which someone feels so comfortable? They forget, like they forget to appreciate the gift of comfortability. It gets taken for granted, right? And so I feel like I almost see some kind of situation by your karma is very much like you and the earth have a lot of shared karma or trauma around situations or circumstances where you're doing something to make something as comfortable for another person almost intuitively, and somebody and they come into the modality or the experience by which they take it for granted, and I keep wondering, it's only in the experience by which another person kind of moves away from you that they're able to see everything that you gave them, right? I feel like I would not be surprised. Like this can sometimes feel really difficult because you'll often, like the sound you'll often hear with energy trying to heal with you is energy saying, I didn't realize how good I had it. And being like, well, and I feel like the hard part of it being like, you didn't realize how good you had it is the sound of someone saying, I was looking for something better, right? I was looking to be able to get more out of something instead of being able to put something back into something, is what I keep on hearing. And so I feel like this is about you. Like I feel like you've healed that because you recognize that healthy relationships are built on mutual nourishment, right? Not the alleviation, not being able to say like, oh, it's great. Like Somebody saying like, oh, it's great. I'm in a relationship with someone. They don't cause me any problems. I keep on hearing somebody, like, I keep on hearing like somebody saying, oh, it's great. They're easy. Is the most, like, I keep on hearing like, that's why, like, I almost feel like the like, I almost hear like the energy of someone like often potentially saying like, oh yeah, it's great. They're easy, as in like they make it easy for me, instead of being like recognizing how exceptional it is. I keep hearing, rather than understanding how exceptional it is to be able to be in a relationship with someone who, I keep on hearing the easiness is not coincidental. It's like you're hearing like the easiness is not coincidental. It's incredibly intentional. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bridget. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the next person read for. It's a great time to get on the list. If you'd like a reading, you'll be the next person. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. For anybody interested in getting on the list, we do here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic guidance, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, akashic, and mind, body, spirit. All right. Yep. Just meant to have a reading today. Absolutely. Isn't that true? I love that question too, Ava. Yeah, hibernation. Yes. It often feels like we're moving backwards. But I feel like, it's almost interesting because like I feel like um I think it's interesting because I keep on hearing it's not about the fact that we're moving backwards. I keep on hearing it's like we have backward logic, right? And backwards logic is the space by which we say, like, I want to see how much I can get from a situation without being energetically mindful in relationality to like I keep on hearing like in relationality to the space by which we effectively build and grow, or the way by which we do something, is what I keep on seeing. Right? Like I feel like it's like I keep on seeing there's something identifiable in the space of amplifying upon mutual nourishment. And I feel like it's hard because I feel like this is the sound of you moving away from circumstances or situations wherein another was taking advantage of your kindness, right? Yeah. Yes, I often meditate on underground root systems of trees. Oh, that's beautiful, Bridget. So much more we can't see. Yes, and connected across lands. I had multiple people tell me some variation of I was the best thing. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, and thank you as well, Miss, for the follow. That was why I was meant to come into their life specifically. Yeah. I feel like you've been the earth in others' lives. Beverly, thank you for the follow. Yeah, equal give and take. And I worked really hard to get into that easy place. You're so welcome, Bridget. Yes, you are the energetic earth in that metaphor. Exactly. All right, friends. We're going to continue right now. If anybody else would like to get on the list right now, you will be the next person read for. In the meantime, we are going to be moving this into 1-card readings for subscribers. If you are a subscriber who would like a card pulled, you can go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a subscriber, all you need to do is hit the superfan status at the top of the screen. Your superfan status will make you eligible for a 1 card. Also, just a reminder, if you are a superfan who would like to be added to our superfan only disco, just go ahead and send me a message through this chat, through the orange icon with the disco gif. I'll be sending you that invitation. If you are interested in getting a coupon code for our class program, message me the word class. And if you'd like to find out more about our trip, message me the word trip. I got you, Ava. One card right now on counterpart connection, please. You know, it's interesting. I see somebody who's also in, I know this is going to sound kind of wild. I almost feel like I see somebody who's also in some kind of retreat mentality right now. You know, I feel like there's something there. Like, I feel like they're, like, I don't know why it feels less like a retreat and more like a reunion is what I keep on getting. But to the same effect, you know? Like I see somebody doing something to get their head straight is what I keep on seeing. It feels like phone a friend energy, you know? I don't know why. I almost feel like I don't know why. It's like I feel like somebody like talking to another person saying I can't trust myself to be alone right now. Yeah, but that's what I keep on getting. Like it feels like I see somebody. Like I keep on hearing like somebody saying like again, I'm really glad you reached out to me. You know? And I feel like it's like I said, I feel like even in that modality, I feel like it's interesting because I think I told you somebody's carrying a lot of guilt on something that isn't their guilt. And I feel like it's almost like saying, like, you see, like this is you can't I keep on hearing like somebody having a conversation with someone saying you can't force another person not to make healthy choices. Right? Like I keep on hearing it's like I feel like it's somebody else like overcoming their tendencies, but even in the space by which they're overcoming their tendencies, they're finding some kind of point of catharsis. Yeah, right. Like blank. It's giving me like the blank, um, like the blank card. I keep on hearing like the blank card is effectively. Um, I almost feel like it's somebody saying like they didn't realize that something would have such an impact on them. Is what I keep on seeing. You know, I keep on getting I keep on getting like but like the fact that I keep on seeing that they're kind of drawing a blank is like I keep on seeing like that's like I feel like that's the hard part about it. Right? Like every time I read into this energy right now, I'm just seeing a situation or circumstance wherein um like like I told you, like I feel like they're coming into a liminal space by which they recognize that there's nothing like I keep on hearing somebody say like would you do anything to change anything you did and they're like no and they're like so that's not like it's like I keep on hearing like somebody working through something in a way by which they're very like it's like they're having to go through warrior lessons because they're learning upon the fact that they can't control another's choices and that's always the hardest thing. Yeah. Two cards, highest priority, please. For Bridget. Um, the thing I keep on seeing right now, Bridget, and I think that it has a lot to do. This is very much falling into the reading that we just had in relationality to the earth. Um, you know, I feel like it puts you like it's really and it has to do with like I keep wondering it has to do with conversations like that, right? I keep wondering like that's why I should have appreciated you more. Often feels Like, why does it come into the space by which we say to another person, I should have appreciated you more? And it sometimes feels like it falls a little flat because I keep on seeing like that modality or that experience by which I keep on hearing somebody should not, like, someone should not have to admit, like, somebody should not be in the space by which, like, I feel like even like I feel like it's really hard because I would not be surprised if there's energy that tries to come towards you, like really eager to try to maintain friendship. And this is why I keep on hearing, like, this is why I often, like, the modality by which another person says, like, why can't we be friends? Like, we often amplify and say, like, this is why, right? Because particularly, like, I keep on getting this experience, like, the experience by which, like, I keep on hearing, when we're having problems in partnership, they should be inside conversations, is what I keep on hearing. Like, inside conversations are the space by which we work to resolve them with the energy we're in energetic connection to. But that's why I almost feel like I see this type of situation where, like, somebody has effectively left you, but then they still want to come towards you for advice. Like, it has a lot to do with that dream I saw, right? Which is like somebody who's almost saying like that they still trust your judgment more than the energy that they chose to be in partnership with. And I keep on hearing who chooses, like, that in itself espouses somebody who lacks sound judgment. Because I keep wondering, why would you go towards someone that you used to be in relationship with for advice as the trusted source instead of the energy that you're currently in connection with, is what I keep on getting. Yeah, bottom of the deck, right? Like, it's like when somebody does that, it's almost like it's like the problem diagnosing itself, is what I keep on hearing, right? It's like the space by which another person is avoiding, like, what they need, like what they should be doing, right? And I feel like that is also kind of connected with that earth reading, which is to say, like, you know, it's not the space by which you say, oh, you know, it's driving me crazy. I keep wondering, it's the space by which I keep wondering, it's the space by which you say, like, what could I be doing better? Right? Like, you can have the conversation by saying, like, is there something I'm not doing? Not like, oh, I need somebody to talk to because they're driving me. Like, I keep wondering, like, they're driving me nuts, is what I keep on getting. It's like, that's what I keep on hearing. It's like it's almost like the energy that articulates the fact that they avoid things instead of blessing things. Yep. Yep. One card, highest good for Ella, please. And just a reminder, we do have spots on the list today if anybody else would like a full reading. Whoop. I've got Ella right now. We've got 2 cards. I feel like there's something I feel like there's something really important right now I'm seeing in relationality to I feel like this is like, is this you trying to, like, plan a vacation of some sort? You know? You need to carve out some space to do something. You're not going to find it. You know? Whatever this is, a little bit every day goes a long way. You know? Yeah, you have to, like, this emperor energy doesn't want to, like, leave the bottom of the deck. Carve out the time for the things you care about, especially if they're for yourself. Nobody else is going to carve that time out for you. Set the example that it's okay to do so, is what I keep on seeing. You know? Um and don't let someone judge you. Like, don't let someone judge you for that. Yeah, like, what is this with the goose energy? You know? Like we all, like, I keep on hearing um like I feel like it's somebody trying to like trivialize something that's really grounding for you, you know? Um like don't I keep wondering, like, don't let somebody trivialize um don't let somebody trivialize something that's important. Because often I keep on hearing, like, that's often the space by which, like, I keep on hearing we don't need to understand things in order to respect them, is what I keep on hearing. Alexandra, one card on why the dream presented. Ooh, you want one card for that? Okay. One card on why the dream presented a bunch of cluster images of their profile icon. All right. Oh, Bridget, do I owe you an animal spirit guide card? Can you confirm? Yeah, I think I do. Even if I gave you one, I think I do. Alexandra. Because they don't know who, like, I feel like I feel like it would be, it feels like somebody who's having an identity crisis, or potentially you having seen, like, experiences, like, potentially looking back on a karmic situation and asking, like, saying, like, how did you consider, I keep wondering, did you consider the fact that potentially that energy was going through an identity crisis, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, because, like, especially with the 10, like the 10 of cups in its reversal, um like an identity, I need to point out, an identity crisis can often be an identity crisis can often be indicated in the space by which, we feel too pulled, like pulled in too many different directions by others' expectations. So I feel like there's something, like, and I keep on hearing, like, I keep wondering, like, and that's what I keep on getting, versus I keep wondering, like, the difference between an identity crisis and navigating different facets of the self is the space by which we, like, the space by which we feel empowered by them, instead of the space by which we feel torn apart by them. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the frog energy is what I keep on seeing, right? I feel like the guides, like, I don't feel like the guides were trying to articulate a decision in relationality to that. I feel like they were trying to ask you a question. Jess, I'm going to address them. I'll be checking back on that right now, dear. And what I'll do, hold on, I'm going to take a notation on that. Perfect. Okay. I will address that as soon as we get off the live, dear. Thank you for letting me know. Minnie, one card on moving through the density of today. Um, I feel like, I keep on hearing, like, find things that feel energetically supportive to the self, is what I keep on getting. Like, I keep on getting, allow the context. Um, like, I keep on hearing, like, um, just be productive. Don't get frustrated on anything that doesn't feel like it's working towards what you want it to do. I keep on hearing, like, I keep on hearing, like, just take care of the things on the checklist, you know? Like, just, like, I feel like it's, like, I keep wondering, it's a good day to take time for yourself, or, like, knock things off the list. Like, it's giving me a little bit of energetic R&R, bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with this 10 of cups in its reversal. Like, the thing I keep on seeing, with the 10 of cups in its reversal is, like, don't let it, like, I keep wondering, like, don't let another person's weirdness affect you, is what I keep on seeing. Like, I keep wondering, if someone's being weird, like, don't get out the magnifying glass. You know, like it's saying to me, like, it's just yeah, animal spirit guide, the blackbird. Yeah, I keep on, like, you know, I feel like when we're in a healthy space, it's a space by which we say, if there's something wrong, you'll let me know. And I think that there's something about that too. Um, like, particularly and especially as it relates to, like, I keep on seeing, like, especially as it relates to, like any sort of distance between you and another person right now, right? I keep on hearing, like, the thing about it, I need to stress the thing about this type of energy right now is it feels somewhat ominous, but I keep on hearing, like, don't let the ominousness of it get the better of you, is what I keep on getting. I got you, Jess. Yep. And Kelly, thank you for the follow. You're so welcome, Jess. Hi there, Lee. One moment. Hi, Book. How are you doing today? I love your username. Yep. Hi, Julia. How are you doing today, dear? One second. Yep. And Paranormal, thank you for the follow. Excellent. One card for creative, please. All right. Um, this feels like, I feel like it's a good time to revive some kind of old project, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the tower. Um, you know, I feel like make sure you're not, like, repeating the same argument with someone. You know, I keep on hearing, if it feels like if you're repeating the same argument with someone, like, sometimes a good way of just stopping it and being like, you know, being like, you know, this is not the first time we've had this discussion, right? Like, it says to me, like, I feel like there's something about you and another person having a productive conversation. And I keep on hearing productive conversations allow for, like, observable progress. I keep wondering, it's a space by which we're able to identify and recognize, like, what it is that we're trying to do more effectively. And I keep on, yeah, especially with the crane, you know, if it feels like, I keep wondering if it feels like something is, like, I keep wondering, there's no repeated conversations when we have new lessons, which is basically the fact, if you feel like something keeps on happening between you and another person, saying, like, going forward, like, this is how we're going to navigate that. Like, this is what we can effectively expect. I feel like it's to help, like, I feel like it's, like, to help get through some kind of, like, energetic hurdle. Like, I keep wondering, like, some kind of energetic hurdle with someone who has, like, bad schedule management, is what I keep on seeing. So I keep on hearing, like, you, like I keep wondering, it's okay to implement a policy for someone that has, like, bad schedule management, which is the space by which you be compassionate but also firm, is what I keep on getting. Yeah. Hi there, Bridget. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I have exes from 10 years ago that still try to come back. That's what I meant. Like, remember when I said, you're like, you are carrying a lot of the karma similar to the earth, which is energy being like, I let me back. I didn't realize how good I had it. It's a lot of that type of energy. Yeah. Yeah, I'm freaking awesome. I love that energy, Bridget. Mel, one card on finances right now. Um, oh, thank you, Nikki. All right. Oh, and we've got Ava and Nikki on the list. So I would ask that we have a hold point on the one cards because we are going to get started on the back end the personals. So this is saying to me, um, like, make sure that you're paying attention to, like, I don't know if there's somewhere you're trying to go that might be more affordable to go at a different time, is what I keep on seeing. So I keep on getting something in relationality to that. Yeah, bottom of the deck, right? I feel like if there's something that you're looking to do that feels like it's out of your purview, I keep on seeing, like, talk to someone, like, say, like, I would really like to do it, but is there anything, like, is there, I feel like it's like, don't just say no to something, have a conversation, because I keep on seeing, um, like, it's like the art of asking. It's like, sometimes the space by which we articulate that we would like to do something, but we aren't able to. Like, I keep on hearing, like, we give the opportunity of another person to say, like, we have someone who can help with that, is what I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the horse. I keep on saying, I keep on hearing, don't let the price point of something stop you from the conversation. Because I keep on seeing, like, if there's something, I feel like sometimes about you being able to have a conversation upon the limitation with another person can help, like, can help open up other options, is what I keep on getting. Julia, one card, highest and best around current energy. Got two cards coming out here. If you miss the daily collective, this energy right now, um, it's very heavy. And it's like, because Saturn just stationed direct and Mercury still in retrograde, so it can often feel like the space by which we're trying to do something and it feels much harder to do. Don't overly internalize it. Just recognize that that's the shape of the energy right now. Yeah, it should ease up, right? Like, I keep on getting, like, just be patient if you're feeling like that. Don't stress out. Everybody's feeling it. Animal spirit guide, yeah, especially with this seal, right? Like, don't overly I keep wondering, like, focus on other things instead of the thing that's energetically bothering you. Because I keep on hearing, like, that, like, something, like, it's giving the energy of, like, some things we just need to be patient on, right? And sometimes, like, I feel like I feel like everybody is going through this right now, or they're navigating something like that. So our ability to just kind of be energetically considerate to one another is going to kind of help each other through it. Like, I keep on hearing, like, your consideration is often appreciated in the space of being energetically patient for another person. Yeah, I got you. Animal spirit for Bridget, please. Yeah, the dog energy. You know, like, I feel like there's I need to stress this. Like, I feel like I almost see energy saying, I met you too soon, and being like, no, it's not that you met me too soon. It's just you weren't energetically ready to settle down. Like, I keep on getting, like, I keep on hearing, like, that, like, I feel like I keep on hearing, like, prepare for a lot of energy like that, trying to come back towards you. Because I almost see you saying to someone, like, I feel like it's almost like you having to say to someone, like, you know, you're not the like you're not the like you're not the like, I keep on hearing, you're the space by which, like, dreams are created together. You're not the retirement home for somebody who's, like, gone through everything and decided that you were, like, the absolute best thing, is what I keep on hearing that they ever had. It's like, I feel like it's almost like that modality or that experience by which you have to say to somebody, like, like, this is, I feel like it's almost like the space by which another person, you say, like, this is why we can't be friends. Because I feel like it's almost a space by which you say to another person, like, it's not the fact that you didn't desire friendship, you know? Yeah. I got you on the list, Ava. How are you doing, book? Oh, the trip got cut short. Interesting. And Aggie, thank you for the follow. Good vibes. Highest good on connection. All right, with them. Whoop. They need to figure out what they want. You know, I feel like there's something important about that in relationality to saying to another person, you know, like, I feel like if you're being clear, then they need to be clear. It's not too much to ask for. Yeah, especially this temperance card does not want to leave the bottom of the deck right now. Um, like patience, like we let another person know if we're being energetically patient with them, right? Like the gift of our patience is another person recognizing that they're experiencing it. So I feel like there's something, I almost feel like there's something really energetically important in the space by which you're able to speak upon something, or you're able to effectively identify that, like I keep on hearing, like helping another person understand like what they're going through. Yeah, especially with the blackbird, right? um I think that one of the things I'm picking up between you and another person, are they like overly apologizing, you know? Like I keep on hearing like an apology, like apologies are good in relationality. Like apologies are good, plans are better. So I keep on hearing like make sure someone's not apologizing upon something. Make sure they're making plans with you, you know? Like the being like I like it's giving me a lot of like I keep hearing apologies, plans, and prioritizing, right? Which is if you're doing that, it's not too much to ask from them as well. Hi there, Lee. One card for Book Dragon. Book, these are one card readings for super fans. Can you please confirm that your subscription is still active? Yep. Avatar, one card on angelic guidance, please. I keep on hearing the message. You don't have to avoid it, but you don't have to throw yourself into it. Which is like, I feel like it's like, it keeps on saying to me, you know, I feel like it's almost like some kind of experience by which you have to say to another, like, you know, like it's interesting because I feel like it's almost you keeping some kind of like healthy, energetic. I keep wondering, you know, you're not avoiding something if you're keeping intentional, healthy distance, which is what I keep on getting. Which is that I keep wondering, like, the space by which you understand. I keep wondering the space by which you understand that some energy has to be loved from a distance, right? Like, it does not, I keep wondering, it does not require, like, I keep on getting, like, it doesn't require you to, like, move in the direction of someone who's hurt you. But I keep on hearing it's also, I keep wondering, it's also the space by which you don't feel like you need, like, it's, I feel like it's almost like you having that point of discernment to effectively identify. You get to decide, like, what feels energetically comfortable for you. And I keep on getting that energy that knows, like, that it, like, understands our comfortability, like navigates that with a sense of appreciation. I feel like there's something important about that because it's that, yeah, bottom of the deck, you know, it's rude to insist. So if it's like, if you've articulated to another person what you're energetically comfortable with, and then they continue to move towards you in a space by which it's like they're unfazed by what you articulated was your comfortability point, that isn't you being rude. Like that is you, like that is them being rude. Because again, often I keep hearing, often energy being rude will be very nice in the process of being rude, right? It's not about the niceness. It's about whether another person is honoring your wishes. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the frog energy. I feel like there's something important in relationality to, I keep on getting something important in relationality to like someone being receptive to what your wishes are. Like I keep on hearing, don't like this is often like energy that's sometimes nice, like energy that acts nice but is not receptive, like not respective of our wishes. That's creepy, right? Like that's the modality by which another person will often amplify and say, like, why won't you let me be nice to you? And it's like, it's not about niceness. It's about being respectful in relationality to what another person has articulated that they're energetically comfortable with. So I keep wondering, you don't need to over explain yourself if somebody is not, if somebody is not listening. You can just observe that they are and navigate that the way that you see. Like I keep wondering, like, let that be the confirmation as to why you're holding those boundaries in the first place. Got you. No problem, Ella. Your animal spirit guide card is the blackbird. I feel like you got that one before. But that's what I keep on seeing. Like blackbird energy is like, I keep wondering, like blackbird energy is not someone feeling like you're not causing, like you're not causing a problem if you're just choosing not to put yourself in like a traumatizing situation. But you'd be surprised how quickly like traumatizing energy will try to articulate that you're the energetic problem because you refuse to do something ridiculous. Is what I keep on hearing. You're welcome, Jess. You're welcome, Kristen. Thank you for the follow. Kelly, these are one card readings for subscribers. So if you'd like to become a super fan, I'm happy to draw a card for you. Thank you guys for supporting each other with this energy, like through this. And thank you for the follow, Kelly. Yeah, I'm just curious. It was like random snaps, but the vibe was like they weren't content. Interesting. That was in the dream space. That confirms it. You're welcome, dear. And thank you, LB, for the follow. One moment. This makes sense. Thank you, Julia. Sid, these are donation-based reads, and we're doing one card readings for subscribers. Again, also please remember, wow, they're like out in full force today. Please remember, a legitimate reader will never reach out to you for a reading. Apologies for the person that came in here who was asking. All right. Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Yeah, has apologized but not overdone it. You're welcome. Good. Lay, hi Jackie. These are donation-based reads or free one card readings for subscribers. So I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. That happened. Oh, did it? Was it happening in somebody else's as well? It's just, yeah. You're welcome, dear. Oh, I hope they're feeling better, dear. Right, full force today. I know. It's the energy right now. It's okay. It happens. I know. I'm sending them well wishes too. All right, let's continue right now. The next person. So we're doing, the next person on the list right now is Ava. Ava, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the third person read for. I got you, Ruby. Yeah, right, it is. Isn't it good? Like, you really like it. um, whatever you're like, you know, I wish I could see this person's chart, Ruby, because I would put a lot of indications. I think you guys have really similar chart dynamics. Because often, like, I keep on I keep on seeing some kind of situation with you and another person having similar chart dynamics where it's like, I feel like you guys are like spooking each other, is what I keep on seeing. because like I feel like it's saying like the thing about it is I keep on getting it doesn't feel karmic. It feels like you and another person have a lot of astrological similarities. And often I like to point out like when energy has like a lot of the same astrological similarities, it can sometimes feel like it's like like it's it almost like I want to describe like it creates that space where you're like, why do I feel mutually magnetized and repelled from this energy? Is what I keep on seeing. Like it's like like, and you can usually tell because it feels like I keep on getting like you feel magnetized but repelled to a certain extent. Yeah, because it's like I keep on hearing it's like operating on the similaritude of mutual polarities. So I don't know what their chart rulers are, and I know you can't ask, but I have a feeling that there's something there that's happening in relationality to that animal spirit guide. Yeah, the stork. it's like this stork energy of being like I keep on like whatever you're feeling, they're feeling like just like they're feeling it too. I hope that makes I know that sounds a little bit odd, but like it's what I keep on seeing. Like what is I feel like it's like it's hard. It's like the what is up with them kind of energy is what I keep on getting. Yeah. Yeah, thank you for confirming what I was picking up on. Oh, thank you, Rihanna. I do my best. Thank you for being here and being a part of the collective. All right, we're now before we continue, we are going to get back to personals. The next person is going to be Ava, but before we do so, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ruby. Look at you. Well done. All right. Let's continue right now. Yeah, it's like you and another person have got each other's like sense, like I keep on getting like it's like the spidey senses tingling. I keep on. Oh, that's wild. All right, let's continue right now. All right, the next person we're reading for is Ava. I would love a reading on purpose. Oh, and how it connects to spiritual gifts. I got you. Okay. Yeah. One sec. Okay. Yep. Mm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I feel like there's something like very, very attenuated coming up in this reading. And I feel like a lot of it, like I feel like a lot of the I feel like a lot of the work that I see you navigating right now in the space of like in the space of purpose, and I think it's really interesting that you articulated upon purpose and spiritual gifts, right? There's something really important about that because um, the one thing I keep on seeing is, and I think that this is really important. Um, every time I try to read for you right now, I've got like a lot of past life energy coming up. And I feel like I keep on hearing like the connection to the past life was working like tirelessly, is what I keep on getting. Like I see some type of energy by which I'm just identifying like um your sense of energetic purpose was to work tirelessly, is what I keep on seeing. And I keep on getting it was like it was an energetic benefit. Like I feel like it was an energetic benefit to everyone around the self. But the thing I keep on seeing, as it relates to that, is um, there was some type of energy around it where the past life was doing that because they were trying to heal some kind of like, you better do that or else, right? And the keep on seeing like the one thing about this is when we do things from an or else mentality, it's not truly in alignment or in like determination with finding ourselves, right? It doesn't allow the ability to be present within the self. And I think it's interesting about it is, and I feel like it has to do with like the message I sent you that was giving you more information on what I was picking up last time I read for you. You're working on recontextualizing things. And I feel like a lot of the purpose that I see that you're doing right now is being able to effectively um, work through something in the past that required you to decenter in the experience of the present that is allowing you to recenter. And what's hard about that is I keep on getting that your effective gift in relationality to like in your relationality to how to navigate that has a lot to do with um like it has a lot to do with your own um like your own connection to spirit is what I keep on seeing. Because like I just keep on seeing that something about that, like um something about that effort is, I feel like it's I keep wondering it's bringing you closer to, like I keep wondering it's like building into um an energetic connection point without, I keep wondering like without an intermediary is what I keep on hearing. So something in relationality to that work that you're doing is, and I do feel like a lot of it um I feel like I keep on hearing it's a transcendental gift. Because the reason I keep on getting the fact that it feels like a transcendental gift is because, and it's funny. I want to. I want to. I don't know why this came through as I started reading for you. Have you had these moments recently where you've been doing something and you say, "No, I did that, but like I'm not doing that again." Like I keep on hearing something that you've never done before and almost like stopping yourself and going, "Oh, I'm not doing that again." But almost like I feel like the way that you'll know that you're experiencing a transcendental gift is the moment that you're about to do something and you stop yourself and you go, "I'm not going to do that again." But being like, "What do you mean again?" Because I feel like it's like I keep on saying where did the again come from? Because it's like I feel like in a way, like I keep on hearing like the modality of an energetic overlap point by which Like I keep on hearing like the memory. I keep on hearing like the half memory unlocked in something that reminds you of a past experience that like you go that you go, but you're like, oh, I don't know what that was, but I know, but you like it's like I keep hearing like they're saying like the hidden foresight of forgotten thought is what I keep on hearing. That is often indicative of a past life experience. The hidden foresight of a forgotten thought that is often indicative of a past life experience, which is the modality by which one identifies or articulates upon something that you know, like you feel like you know because you remember, but you don't fully remember because it's not your memory to remember, is what I keep on seeing. Um, and I feel like there's something, I feel like there's something that's potentially happening for you because I think I told you, I mentioned this, I meant, and this has a lot to do, this has a lot to do with what I was picking up upon this has a lot to do with what I was picking up upon in the message I sent you, related to the where you are now versus where you used to be in a past experience, is what I keep on seeing. I want to give you some bottom of the deck information, so just something to keep in mind going forward. Yeah, especially with the Seven of Cups. The thing I keep on seeing, the Seven of Cups energy in its reversal, um, has I feel like the hard part about that is what I keep on seeing is potentially sorting out between the difference between a trauma response and intention, right? Because I keep on seeing, I'm not sure, the thing I keep on observing is almost those modalities. I keep on hearing those modalities or those experiences. Um, like I keep wondering, those modalities and those experiences, by which, and I keep on getting this. I feel like it's interesting too, because the one thing I feel like I keep on observing in relationality to something is, um, it has to do with the how do I describe this best? Working towards something in such a way. I keep on hearing refamiliarizing yourself with things that you feel like you've always known. And I like to point out the important thing that we often observe when it comes to intuition is healthy intuition is fortified by our discovery of things, right? The space by which we follow our intuition, and then we find the space by which we follow our intuition, and the intuition like amplifies or articulates something that we knew. I almost feel like I keep on getting the message that you're fortifying your intuition process. And I like to point out that the way we sometimes fortify our intuition processes is recognizing the difference between, I keep on getting, recognizing the difference between intuition and a distress call. And I keep on getting the issue with some of the things you may be experiencing right now is if because there's so much of a similaritude between present and past self, there could be those modalities or experiences by which you feel like, you want hearing you feel energetically triggered by something, not because there's actually something that is problematic that's happening, but because it effectively energetically reminds the self too much of something that caused a lot of trauma in the past experience. So I feel like there's something very fundamental and important in relationality to, I keep on hearing that's the space by which I said, I think earlier, when a lot of those things come up, observe, don't absorb. you know? Allow yourself the experience to like feel your feelings, because I keep on hearing like a healthy feeling is often encouraged or amplified by the fact that we can understand why something energetically distresses us, right? So I feel like there's a lot of that work that I potentially see that you're going through right now in an observe. I keep wondering, like, whose distress is this, right? Is this your distress, or is this the distress of the past self that's potentially rising up? So just be, I feel like there's something about that that I keep on getting, like, just be like patient with yourself as you're going through those experiences, because I keep on getting the more that you're able to um like identify or recognize like what is it that you could be like what it is that you could be doing in a better way, versus I keep on seeing something that is another person's to address, or the space by which you're feeling energetically triggered by something. But like you're like, I keep on hearing like not allowing, not how do I describe this, not allowing the fact that you feel energetically triggered to define the situation. The ability for you just to be able to articulate upon the fact that you are is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like you're already doing that type of work, but the thing about it is I feel like in a way it's also going to kind of, I feel like it's also related to other people that you may kind of experience or share some kind of karmic past with as well, is what I keep on seeing. And I keep on hearing like, some energy might not be as well attenuated to you as your ability to identify that karmic past. So I keep on seeing, don't necessarily feel like it's energetically intentional. Like I feel like it's almost like it's like you kind of working through that process of like identifying, like I keep wondering, like you working through the process of identifying and recognizing another person's present intentions beyond like beyond past karmic work is what I keep on getting. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ava. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. Nikki, your cards are already out. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 65K likes. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. All right. Oh, that's wild, Ruby. Yeah, the past life's been coming up through every single time. And thank you for the follow, Z. One cards, S1 cards are for super fans. So if you'd like to become a one card, if you'd like to become a super fan, I'm happy to draw 1 card for you. And unique, these are donation-based reads. So if you'd like to get on the list, all you need to do is send the donation. I'll be happy to read for you, but the list is closed for today. How are you doing, M? Same thing. These are donation-based reads, but the list is closed today. Next person we're reading for today is Nikki. Nikki, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And also for anybody joining us, the list is closed today, but if you would like to, the list is closed today, but if you would like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. Excellent. Also, if you have become a super fan today, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to our super fan, head over to make sure that you message me if you're a super fan with a disco gift, and I will send you an invite to the super fan only disco. If you're interested in learning more about the trip that we have planned in August, message me the word trip. And if you are interested in a discount code to subscribe to our classes, message me the word class. Yes, that's what I mean, Ava. All right. I feel like you have a better ability of attenuating it. But that's often like sometimes that's what happens. And I keep on hearing like that's why you can't like if you feel it, you can't force like even if it's there, you can't force another person to understand it, you know? All right. We are doing, hold on a minute. We're doing a dream reading for Nikki. Okay. Yeah, I can tell, and it's really frustrating, right? Like it's so frustrating when you know, like when you know that you share karma with someone, but you can't. Like, what can you? What are you gonna do? You know, don't make it weird. Keep on here. Don't make it weird. All right, let's continue. Yeah, exactly. All right, we're reading right now. Before we continue, let's do an intuition check for Nikki. All right. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the bull. All right. I'm going to take a minute again. I'm going to pin up Nikki. Make sure to give Nikki some love. Just a reminder, the list is closed. But if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. All right. And we have the dream here. Okay. The dream took place in 2 overlapping spaces that kept switching back and forth. I did fall asleep to the collective, so the tarot influence makes sense. At first, I was in a tarot classroom and I was teaching. The room was full. Even people I knew from high school were there. I was part of the regular class, but a bunch of people came in like it was a seminar. It felt exciting to see so many people learning tarot together. Then, at some point, I realized we were actually on a plane, or had been all along. There was a moment where I flew forward from my seat because I didn't have my seatbelt on. In another scene, I was seated in the back of a plane, around row 24. When we landed, it was really windy, and the plane started wobbling on the tarmac. It curved toward a wall and crashed into it. Actually, fairly traumatic. But because I was in the back, I was okay. But I could see the front of the plane crunching in. Around the same time, I noticed bloody handprints on the ceiling, and I wondered if it was blood from the front of the plane. I didn't go look, but I assumed the people in front probably hadn't made it. As people began moving toward the back, I felt relieved when I saw people I knew. I started crying and I tried to gather my things. Mostly I was trying to find my phone to call my mom to tell her I was okay, but I had trouble picking everything up. At the end, I stopped feeling urgent about calling her. I had a realization, possibly because I had shifted back to the classroom, or maybe just remembered it, that I actually couldn't have been on the plane because I was in tarot class. That realization made everything confusing, and that's when I knew I didn't need to call her after all. Okay, so the dream is effectively um, working into the context of understanding what it feels like to have an energetic breakthrough, right? And the way that we effectively identify that this is happening is you are, and I think that the space by which we see that the dream came towards you is really beautiful. The way the guides are kind of showing it to you, because you said at first you begin with a classroom, right? And so the modality by which we feel like there's something important to work through, or the process of energetically learning something, we are all energetically going through those processes. And you said, even in the space by which you said that the dream kept switching back and forth, you said that the room was full, right? People that you knew in high school were there, part of a regular class, but also a bunch of people came in like it was a seminar, and you felt exciting to see so many people like learning together. Then at some point you said you realized that you were actually you're actually on a plane, or had been all along. Now this is really important because we understand that when we often see vehicles in dreams, it's the space by which we navigate a relationship, right? So even in the modality by which we're working through the relationship, we see the space by which you're identifying that there's an energetic relationship there. And you said at some point, you said you felt like you were flying forward from the seat because you didn't have your seatbelt on. But then you said in another scene, you were seated in the back of the plane. All, like you said, you actually, and it's interesting that I need to stress this, you gave a number. You gave the number 24. Now, the space by which we understand, we're going to get back to that, because typically what's interesting about the dream space is we usually can't remember numbers or letters. So when we can remember numbers or letters, it's really important to kind of pay attention to it, because it gives us the observational point in being able to identify something, like I keep on getting something that we're able to work towards, is what I keep on seeing. And I need to point this out, or something that we need to talk about. We're gonna put a pin in that for a minute. You said when you landed, it was really windy, and the plane started wobbling on the tarmac. You said it curved towards a wall, but then you said that it crashed into it. And it actually felt fairly traumatic. But because I was in the back, I was okay, because I could see the front of the plane crunching in. Now, what do we effectively identify? Okay? Now, you identified and you said that even in that experience, and we're gonna, and you talked about the fact that at that point you saw all of these awful handprints everywhere, and you wondered if it was where they were coming from. You didn't go to look, but you assumed that those in the front hadn't made it. Now, what's the allegory that we see that's happening in the space of the guides providing this dream, is often what it happens when we're working towards building into healthy relationship. And the problem with understanding healthy relationship is the only context we have for a healthy relationship is built upon and based upon the experience of the person directly before us, right? That's also the space that we effectively see that's happening in the stream. So what do we see that's happening in the stream? You're working into, right? You're working into the context of hearing all of these disaster stories, right? The thing you often observe is the healthy relationship, right? The healthy relationship is not one that requires it's a space by which we feel that everything is like the space by which something is moving smoothly, but it's working through all of the ways that something could potentially go wrong, right? And so we see that that is effectively what's being identified in the space by which you said that you're sitting in the plane, right? And you even said 24, and I feel like 24 is interesting because 24 often articulates upon the hours of the day, right? Nobody ever gets in the conversation about talking about how great their relationship is, or you've heard people do that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, we know people like that. You don't want to hear from them, right? Like you don't want to hear that. But what is the only thing you hear about relationship? The only thing you ever hear about relationships is when they're crashing, right? Like that is the sound, like the space by which the more you know about the relationship, often the condition, the worse that it is, because it's a space by which when things are moving well, right, everything is smooth and silent. It's like, so this is effectively identifying how you potentially feel. And that's why you said that you're working into that context where there was all these things happening, right? All of those, like all the energy of the fact that everyone before you felt like they were hurt, and then there you stand, right? So it's the condition by which, even in the space by which the guides are showing this to you, it's the observation of understanding. And this is what's difficult, right? And this is the situation that often becomes difficult when it comes to relationships. Nobody knows the way to have a perfect relationship. The way that one has a perfect relationship is by knowing all the ways that one doesn't, right? It's like, it's a lot of that. It's like, it's working through that, being like, nope, nope, nope. It's a lot of that. It's a lot of that space. So this is effectively the context of the guides showing you this is almost building upon the space by which you feel that inclination, right? You're in a relationship and you feel that inclination and you start to feel that wariness, right? You're starting to feel like the relationship shaking. It's getting energetically rocky. What's your first inclination? What was your first inclination when you're in the relationship and it starts to feel rocky? What was your first thing you wanted to do? Where did your mind race to? Was it trying to right the relationship, right? Or, right, was it calling, right? But you had trouble picking everything up. And this is what's beautiful about it, right? Because you said at a moment, right, in that moment, like as you were going through that, you remembered you're not on a plane. You remembered that you were in a tarot class, right? You remember that we were talking about relationships. And again, the space by which we understand that the relationship is like something that we're traveling upon, and the ability to effectively amend the direction of the relationship is like staying present within it. That was the modality by which you said to yourself, right? I'm not on a plane. Everything felt confusing, but you didn't need to call her, right? And that is the modality or the experience of the energetic healing that you're potentially going through right now, in terms of like working to heal your own experiences in relationship, right? Finding the energetic confidence within the self, right? The ability to feel like, again, it's okay to feel that anxiety, but then feeling the reassurance that you've energetically got it, right? Bottom of the deck on this reading with the moon card, right? The hard part about that is, often the amplification of navigating like the space of our own, like the space of our own worries, or the space of our own fears, right? Like we often feel like, I keep on getting like, often there's those, like the thing about it, and I keep on hearing I keep on hearing it's good to talk about things, right? It's always good to energetically talk about things. But I keep on hearing like, one of the things I would be like, I feel like the dream is potentially bringing forth to you is the space by which we amplify and articulate upon, like the space by which we amplify, and I need to stress this, that what's beautiful about a guide dream is that it never tells us what the right or wrong thing to do is. A guide shows us what it is we need to bring towards something to be able to navigate our approach to it. And so the space by which you energetically observed, right? You had that moment, and I keep on hearing the modality, the thing to kind of bring to yourself in relationality to working through something is that, and I need to point out, you had a calibration point, right? You didn't say to yourself in the dream space, I will never call this person, right? Like you said, you didn't say the modality, but you just say, I'll never call this person. Nor did you say, I will always call this person. I love where you left, right? I love where you left the space of the dream, because you said you had a moment, right? You had a moment that you were feeling really like distressed and you were grabbing your things and you felt the inclination. But then you said to yourself for a minute, you said you stopped the feeling of urgency, right? Because you said, You didn't say to yourself whether it's urgent. You asked yourself whether you whether you had it, right? And in that moment, right? And in that moment of assessing, right? You started to assess your own anxiety. You suddenly realized that something that you thought was bad that was happening actually wasn't. And this is what often occurs when we're navigating the space of working through our energetic fear. And it's not to say that fear is positive or negative. It's the ability to be able to calibrate it's the ability to calibrate for what, like the calibration point in terms of what the healthy fear is, right? The healthy fear that moves us into the space of saying, like, hey, I need your help with something, versus the energetic anxiety that often, like the anxiety that often sometimes makes us, like, moves us into the energetic inclination of working through something that makes it hard to see beyond it. So that's why it's like, I feel like in a way, like the dream itself is showing you how you're approaching or how it is that you're navigating shadow work. Because again, shadow work is just a scary word for being able to work through, like being able to work through in a healthy way, the things that we would typically avoid. And so I love the fact that in the space of the dream, even in the space by which you said, two different, like feeling like moving back and forth through experiences, right? It's not to say that one of those is right versus the other, right? There are always moments by which you might have to call someone in terms of, like, if we're not in a healthy relationship and things get bad, it's totally okay to call somebody. But again, the modality by which we calibrate is the articulation point in terms of defining what feels energetically right, right? Like us being able to make that determination point versus, right? Versus the anxiety that often, like, I keep wondering, like the anxiety that often makes us want to, like, immediately like what does the anxiety do, like tell, like, you know what I mean, like do you know what I mean? Like anxiety always makes us want to, like, kind of like work in that space by which we're jumping towards things. So this is almost like, this is beautiful because it's like the guide showing you, like, how you're, like how well you're getting at navigating your own anxiety. And that doesn't mean you're ignoring it, right? It doesn't mean that you're beholden to it. It means that you're observing it, which is the most important thing we should do when anxiety arrives. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nikki. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you will be the first person read for. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Movement, I'm afraid the list is closed right now. Absolutely. Hi there, Nikki. Excellent. I always feel that. Thank you for confirming the reading, Ava. Oh, just okay. My partners. Oh, okay. They were supposed to. Oh, that's wild, Nikki. 24 is also your birthday. Yes, lots of those stories from past partners and the self. Exactly what not to do. Exactly. I actually, it's like that, like I keep on hearing, like the observation of everyone before you having been in the crash is like working through the cautionary tales of others, right? Yeah, I actually think I know what this is about. Yeah, we're diving into it further. Yeah, what do I actually need to be fearful of? Exactly. Thank you again, dear. You're welcome. Do my best. All right, my friends, final call for any of my subscribers who have not had cards pulled today who would like a reading. Just a reminder, I will be back on tomorrow at our standard time. If you would like to get on the list to be the first person read for, all you need to do is get on the list today. You'll have an additional card in that reading. If you are a super fan, welcome. I would like to invite you. Oop, we've got some one cards coming through. Just bear with me a moment. Hi, what's up? I'm happy to draw a card for you. One card, highest priority for Nikki right now. Woo, got two cards flying out of the deck. I feel like I keep on seeing, like, the space by which I see you working through, I keep wondering like the space by which I see you working through circumstances or situations right now. I feel like this is like, I keep on seeing like this is you coming into that energetic maturation point, right? Like I see that there's that modality or experience by which you're identifying. I feel like this is you kind of like working through one's own frustrations. But I keep on hearing like the ability to work through one's own frustrations is like, I keep on hearing like the space by which we identify um like what feels, I keep on hearing like what feels energetically affirming versus what feels like it's distressing. So I feel like it's almost like the space by which you're almost like experiencing something and determining whether like what another person is giving you feels like it's helpful, right? It's like whether it feels like it, and sometimes we don't, sometimes we can't help that, right? Like when another person brings their anxiety to us, right? It's often the space by which we often have to regulate and navigate in terms of like working to ease it. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with this 7 of Cups, allow it to be an educational moment. You know, like I keep on hearing sometimes others can't. I keep on hearing when someone does not have um, a good, like when some energy, it's harder to navigate through anxiety. And so like the space, and it is sometimes helpful to be able to articulate it through another. But I keep on hearing like the concern, like the concern with anxiety is that we don't recognize that if we don't do the work to fortify our anxiety, it often feels like, it often feels like something that like we give to others, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like it's almost you kind of like having to help someone else. Like I feel like the reason you're having this come through is because you're helping someone else with that, which is like not, I keep hearing it's not just the like having anxiety. This is why anxiety is not intuition, because anxiety is not bolstered by fact. Isn't even like anxiety is not bolstered by fact, which is the space by which we're effectively able to like identify and articulate something in a way that allows us to be fortified by it, is what I keep on hearing. We do tarot based work here, Les. So we do tarot readings. We do a daily collective. I hope that helps. Good to see you today. So effectively, yep. So we're just completing the day's reads, but we do here a daily collective read where we read for the energy coming into union. Also, we do energy. We basically just do a lot of energy reads here in relationality to helping us navigate the energy that we're experiencing day to day. Today's been a wild day for energy. I'll tell you that right now. It's been a very wild day, but I appreciate you guys all being here today and being able to share in these readings. Yep, hold on a minute. I'm just reading over. One moment. You're so welcome, Nikki. Absolutely. I got you. So we're doing for it's my highest, please, highest party messages. You got 3 cards and they're all 3 cards and they're all in their transverse. Which is to say again, I feel like make sure you and another person are on the same page in relationality to like what the long-term direction is what I keep on seeing. You know, I feel like there's something interesting that I kind of see here. And I feel like I almost feel like it's you and another person kind of reaching that point where you can finally kind of talk to each other about like what that ideal is, or like what, like make sure that you're, I keep on hearing not just having conversations on plans, but ideals, like how one is hoping to like what one is trying to do in a better way, or something. And I feel like it has something to do with locationality, or like making sure that you and another person are like the same in relationality. It's not just enough to talk about what we aspire for. It's important to talk about the timeline by which we aspire to have it within, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, bottom of the deck energy, especially with the Seven of Cups. I feel like there's, I feel like it's almost like, I keep on hearing like, I feel like there's something about that. Like I feel like this is you and another person like really kind of getting into like an invested conversation in terms of like the long-term future on something, you know? I feel like something in relationality to that is, I keep on hearing like not necessarily dependent. Like I feel like the conversation you need to have with someone is saying like, if the situation were ideal, what would your dream be? Right? And I keep on hearing like not, I keep on hearing like not what you have to contend with is what I keep on hearing. Like you having to say another person, not what you have to contend with, but what your ideal would be. Because often I keep on hearing like what we're trying to navigate versus what that possibility is something that can often be energetically fixed in counterpart connection. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with this otter energy, you know, um, I feel like this is you and another person like building into some kind of sense of higher purpose or having like, I feel like you and another person having like a purpose driven conversation, which is not necessarily the space by which we talk about what we want to do, but why we do the things we do is what I keep on seeing. Like what effectively motivates us or what we energetically aspire for. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you for the help, Nikki. You're welcome, dear. Yep. You have a beautiful day, Bridget. No, did you see all three of those major arcana coming up? Yeah, you felt that too. Excellent. Well, and I feel like it's interesting, like if it's sporadic, like I feel like that's the thing I think that's important, like having a conversation about observed sporadicness is what I keep on saying. I hope that helps, dear. My friends, we've reached the conclusion of our reads for today. Final call for any of my subscribers who have not had one cards pulled today. If you'd like to become a super fan, you know what, Nikki, it's funny because I was looking at, I know you had the animal spirit guide for your, the animal spirit guide for your, I'm going to refer back to the animal spirit guide that came up, the animal spirit guide that came up for your reading, which was the bull. But I feel like the thing with like the thing I keep on seeing, and that's what I keep on getting, and I feel like it has to do, like the thing with it is like it has to do with other spheres in partnership, right? Like energy will often be concerned about something that happened to them, and you having to say to someone like, I understand, and navigate and understand, like I keep wondering, I understand that it happened to you, but every experience is unique, right? Like being able to observe, like the ability to observe the possibility of what could occur is the space by which something becomes energetically possible, right? And I keep on hearing like it doesn't require, like I keep on hearing it doesn't require an ability of diminishing another's experience. But I keep on hearing, and I feel like every time every time I read for you, I just keep on hearing the same message come up. I'd like you to entertain the possibility that you've never met someone like me before. Which is like, right? Like the observation that when we experience something that feels typical, we have to calibrate for the fact that we might be experiencing something energetically exceptional, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you, dear. My friends, I want to thank you again for being here today and sharing in these messages. As I mentioned, we'll be back on tomorrow at our standard time. If you would like to be notified as to when I've gone live, all you need to do is head over to my profile. There's a bell there, turning on the bell. Oh, I didn't see Denise's question come through. Oh, I see. Denise, hold on a minute, dear. Okay. Denise, did you get on the list? Yeah, absolutely. I apologize. Did you get on the list here? Okay, I've got one card for you, please. Oh, okay. I feel like it feels positive. It feels reaffirming. I feel like it feels a little bit akin to kind of energetically like like it feels a little bit like somebody um like how do I describe this? Like adding like I keep on getting like adding a little bit of accuracy to something is what I keep on hearing. Like somebody who can help you. I don't know if you're looking for details on something, but it almost feels like somebody helping you kind of fine tune on details about something. Yeah, especially with the strength card. Like I don't know what I'm seeing there, but I feel like it's like I feel like it's almost like I don't know if this is you and another person like trying to work through like I keep on hearing you say like only like the perception of one person. But I feel like it's interesting because like yeah, animal spirit guide, especially with the bull, um, I keep on hearing like getting more of a backstory on something is what I keep on hearing. You know? Like it's saying to me that there's something about that that's going to give you the ability to kind of fill in all the details upon something. Thank you, dear. And thank you, G, for the follow. My friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Oh, that is very interesting, Denise. A huge thank you to my followers, old and new. If you just became a super fan today, I would encourage you to head over to make sure that you message me. Please message me with a disco gif by hitting the orange icon at the bottom of the screen, and I'll send you an invite to our subscriber only disco channel. If you are interested in a special coupon code to our classes, message me the word class. And if you would like information on the trip that we are planning, message me the word trip. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Thank you so much for everything. I deeply appreciate and value each and every one of you. And I'll hope to see you on the disco. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.